John and Yu Young, we have started the recording. So the meeting is going to start in just 1 or 2 minutes. So welcome to the HADCV 2022 workshop. Please have a seat. So the workshop is starting. So let me ask John to give the introduction and welcome about this workshop. Okay, John, please take the floor.
Okay, thank you, Russell. So hi, welcome everyone to the third Human Activity Detection in Multi-Camera Continuous Long Duration Video, or HADCV workshop. That's a long one. On behalf of my co-organizers, Asphal Gadol, Young Wei, Anthony Hoogs, and River Meth, we want to thank everyone who participated in the workshop. This includes researchers that submitted papers, reviewers that helped us select the great papers, as well as the WACV workshop organizers, conference organizers, who were able to do this hybrid model. And we really appreciate all the effort they went to make this a success. The HADCV is designed to support development of activity detection technologies that work on long duration video. This is a challenging problem that requires a plethora of video processing challenges to be solved. And certainly there's many more to be solved. Today's workshop will include 3 invited talks, which cover future research, a retrospective view of the DEVA program that supported the data and evaluations and the challenge for this workshop, as well as we'll be unveiling a new data set that we believe will be critical to future HADCV advances. We've invited 3 of the top performing systems from our self-reported leaderboard challenge, and we've 8 technical papers. Without further ado, we'll proceed to the next session, unless, Afro, do you have any logistics for the group?
No, I don't. I think we can start the next session and you can introduce Alex.
Okay, we'll be making this hopefully an interactive workshop as best we can. We've created a Slack channel for you to post your questions so that we can answer them during the workshop. Here's the URL and the channel. Please try and join the Slack channel, and this will be on the rest of the slides for the agenda. Our first session is going to include an invited talk from Alexander Hauptmann, and then we're going to do a talk on the results of the challenge in our first system paper. So I'd like to introduce Alex Hauptmann to you. He received his BA and MA in psychology from Johns Hopkins University, studied computer science at the Technische Universität Berlin from 1982 to 1984, and received his PhD in computer science from Carnegie Mellon University in 1991. He's currently a research professor in the Language Technology Institute of the School of Computer Science at CMU. His research interests have led him to pursue and combine several different areas, from machine-machine communication, natural language processing, speech understanding and synthesis, video analysis, and machine learning. He worked on speech and machine translation from 1984 to 1994. When he joined the Infomedia project for digital video analysis and retrieval, and led development of and evaluation of the news on demand applications. Since then, he has been PI and co-PI on a number of DARPA and IOPA projects, as well as frequently participating with consistent competitiveness in the trick video analysis evaluations and other challenges. I met Alex when he first began talking about the Infomedia project, and that was so long ago. But he's been working on these challenging problems ever since then. And so really happy to introduce him today to give us his view on the future of research in this area. So Alex, please take it away. Let me stop sharing.
Can you allow, I can move this, but I think this thing has to be connected. John, can you allow Alex to have the screen?
I did.
You did, okay.
Okay.
I can hear him too.
Okay. We're going to have a quick test.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Or you can turn off your mic and use this one. You can add it on.
Turn it off completely. No, because I have
Oh, yeah.
stuff in here, which actually.
But the audio is coming from here, so.
No, I love this. Yeah, I love this.
The sound. Okay.
No, did you turn off the mic on here? Oh, the audio is coming.
Yeah, the audio is coming from here, so.
You can turn off this audio so you won't hear anybody else. You'll hear them. Okay.
Okay.
Turn off
Okay,
the-
let's try this.
I
These
can turn
women
mic off.
reveals other details
fine.
that
Yep.
can be matched
All good.
precisely to what we see on the satellite imagery.
There should be.
This track, these
Okay.
It's all
buildings,
good, Alex.
Okay, that's good enough.
Can you turn
I can.
your mic off?
Yeah, okay, can you play it now?
precisely to what we see on the satellite.
Mic is off.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Well, so my task was to look beyond activity recognition, and we do have a little bit of echo here.
So the microphone is off, so.
Is that any better? No.
Okay, so the microphone for this one is off. But it's. Yeah.
How about we project through yours?
Yeah.
That should work.
Just through yours.
What's the plug?
H.
What plug do you have there?
Yeah, I think most probably this will work.
That's the audio plug here, right? Let's try it again.
Just outside a village called Krawamafa. A few hundred meters away is the border with Nigeria. The video also reveals other details that can be matched precisely.
Okay. All right, let's try again. All right, beyond activity recognition, and this is sort of something I've been interested in for a long time, because obviously this conference and CVPR, there's a lot of stuff that happens with video and images, and in the last few years also a lot of stuff that where you ask questions about the image, or you do some recognition of stuff that's in the image, and possibly even prediction. What's less common is things where there are texts that are not directly associated with the image. And that's an area where we found it incredibly useful for many things. And I'll go through a couple of examples that we've worked on, and there's nowhere near all the possible things you can do. So much of the video that we tend to work with outside of existing databases is user generated, and it's been uploaded. And the interesting stuff happens, at some event where a lot of people are interested in something, or protesting something, or revolting against something. The reason this is interesting, because you might have an image, but that image doesn't really show the whole picture. And there might be text that refutes what the image seems to imply, or what the text with the image also seem to imply. And if you have enough sources, then you kind of have a good chance at getting at the real thing, or at least understanding this is the argument that he said this is the argument that he didn't say this, because we have two different interpretations of what might have been said. It turns out these videos can be uploaded by bystanders, victims, or perpetrators, which we've seen in the last year. The people that were protesting in the Washington Capitol were happy to upload all of their deeds, and in some sense make it very easy. But even then, you had to look through lots of posts about what's the text, what are they, who do they claim they are, can we identify them, and what are they doing, and who else is doing it nearby. I'll have more slides on that a little bit later. So that can be used in a legal context, also in situational contextual awareness, if you get it fast enough. And there are multiple perspectives. If you think of surveillance cameras, they're usually fixed, right? And you can't see certain angles that you would like to see sometimes. And with all this crowd-sourced data, you have a better chance at seeing much of it, but it's really bad quality. So I'm going to skip this, because this is a too gruesome slide where people actually get killed, and they find out where it happened and who the perpetrators were in this. And it was a story by the BBC. There's a link there, so if you ever want to look at the slides, you can click on that link down here and see this video. But it's, not for people who have a queasy stomach. So there are limitations, right? How much of this data are we allowed to use, because it's personal? Lots of things are not caught on video. And almost never is there a complete picture. It's sort of, you have a puzzle and you put the puzzle together, but it's rarely that you really have everything there. And of course, there are also deep fakes that you have to be aware of. So this is sort of also somewhat gruesome, but a showcase that really got us into this work, and it was a collaboration between Ukrainian activists, human rights groups, lawyers, a group called C2 Research, which is originally an architectural firm, the CMU Center for Human Rights Science, and stuff that we did. And here was the sort of report that or an excerpt of the report that the New York Times made from all of this. It's a couple of minutes, but it's interesting because it shows all the complexity of this kind of research. And activity recognition is a critical thing, but it's not in itself sufficient.
The protests in Ukraine that began in 2013 not only toppled the government, but also yielded countless eyewitness videos. Day after day, protesters and bystanders filmed the rallies in Kiev against Ukraine's president, Viktor Yanukovych. They filmed attempts by security forces to break apart the tent city that was built in Independence Square, and the clashes with masked police that reached a violent tipping point months later. On February 20th, 4 police and 48 protesters were killed in one of the bloodiest hours of European conflict since the Cold War ended. Now, 4 years later, these videos are being presented as critical evidence against Ukrainian policemen who stand charged of killing these protesters. Working with incomplete ballistics evidence and amid rumours and denials about what happened, prosecutors hope that a forensic analysis of the videos will prove their case. They enlisted the help of Situ Research, an architectural firm in Brooklyn with expertise in video forensics. Situ analysed hundreds of videos assembled by Ukrainian graduate student Evelyn Nefertari to recreate the shootings in painstaking detail. First, they built a virtual replica of Institutska Street, where most of the protesters were shot. Laser scanners were used to accurately reconstruct the fine detail of buildings, sidewalks and trees. And they modelled barricades and debris seen in the videos of that day. Videos show the Berkut, a Ukrainian paramilitary force, retreating along the street from clashes with protesters. The Berkut are wearing these distinctive yellow armbands. They take up position behind these barricades. We'll focus here on the death of Igor Dmitriev, a 30-year-old lawyer who had joined the protests the day before. He was with this group of protesters, protected by helmets and homemade shields, who followed the Berkut. Moments later, he was fatally shot. His shooting was filmed by 3 cameras, which helped Situ determine his precise position and that of the cameras. By analysing the sound of the gunshot, experts approximated the distance of the weapon from the cameras. And using their 3D model, analysts froze the victim's exact position when he was shot. They marked the entry and exit wounds described in the autopsy report to indicate a direction of fire within a few degrees of accuracy. Overlaying this cone of fire with the audio analysis gave the experts an approximate location of the shooter. Next, they examined videos filmed on either side of the barricade at the time of the shooting. One shows the fatal shot and a white puff of smoke rising near the barricade, and this is security footage recorded behind the barricade within a minute of that gunshot. It clearly shows Berkut police aiming and firing at protesters, where experts say the fatal shot was fired from. Investigators repeated the analysis for 2 other victims. Lawyers hope that, by making order out of the chaos and disinformation surrounding that day, this innovative analysis will stand up to cross-examination in court.
Okay. So there's no one video there that gives you the answers. It's a lot of video. There's some testimony, some external knowledge that you have, that this was the guy and this was the autopsy report. All those things need to come together, and it goes way beyond just activity recognition. And yes, you know, shooting and muzzle blast detection, all those things are part of it, but it requires a sort of a much broader analysis of everything that's available. And it's never going to be, or it's unlikely to be fully automatic in the near future, but one goal is to build tools so that this can happen without hundreds of hours of human analysis. This actually happened initially. There was a lady who was a grad student in Kiev, and she spent the better part of a year putting together all these videos in what she felt was a reasonable timeline. And you know, realistically, there's no way I can ask one of my students to do this. And so one of the things we can do is do it automatically. And so we built a way to synchronize hundreds of video, mostly based on the audio, because audio, if two videos are running at the same time, you can hear the audio of shots, but even though they might be looking at totally different angles and non-overlapping scenes. So we did this with audio, looking at detecting sort of audio events that are sort of rare, but not too rare after some amount of clustering. And you see that here these green things are events that align for two different cameras. These are two different camera streams. And you can you'd be pretty sure this alignment of these two is accurate based on the green bars. Then we built an interface for other analysts to use, where we have different cameras, the location of each camera marked on a map, and then the timeline for each of the camera. Obviously, social media, you know, somebody records for a little bit, somebody else records, somebody records for a long time. And here's sort of what it looks like. Okay, so, and you can also manually adjust them if you think the system made a mistake. Next, we had to work on gunshot detection, and, you know, ShotSpotter is available, but it's costly and it requires installation with calibration at the street corners where it's there. And we found out we can do something very similar with cell phone videos, and it worked really well. See, yeah. This is sort of an example. You can see that these are the times when we see that somebody's firing. And we also do gun type detection. That was something the Baltimore police was interested in, saying that we don't really care that it was a gunshot. Lots of people can report that. But there's a difference if you have a rifle or an automatic weapon versus a handgun. Tactics by the police are different. So something that was I glossed over. There's this misalignment of these other bars, right? So why are they misaligned? Well, it turns out the sound source is at a different location, and so the alignment for something that might be equidistant from two cameras can be perfect, but if something's really close to this camera and not close to that one, you have this shift for that particular sound. In case you're not into guns, it turns out at the university a few people are, but in my neighborhood where I live, we're the only ones without guns. Yeah. This is Western Pennsylvania. What can I say? So there's a rifle. If you have a rifle that shoots, you know, this is the bullet, and it goes near the camera, and we have these two lines. One indicates the sound wave from the bullet, which makes a little crack because it goes supersonic. The other one is the muzzle blast coming out of the explosion of the when the bullet leaves the rifle, and so that's slower because it's just speed of sound, and you can measure the distance between the two of them. You know, in principle, you can. It turns out if there's a lot of noise, it's really hard to detect that little crack compared to the major muzzle blast. And so here's the bullet shockwave comes first, and then this is the muzzle blast comes later, and that's the gives you a hint at the distance if you have some idea of how fast the bullet might be going, given the type of gun, for example. And then we built a full we built a full interface so that people can actually enter the details, and then it provides automatic analysis. Both the synchronization and the sound analysis play here. This was a demo video for people that were actually using it, and you could edit what kind of gun, if you know what kind of gun was it, what is the bullet speed typical for the ammunition for that gun, and so forth. And you can go to the first shots. This is the Mandalay Bay mass shooting. That was the first shot, I believe. And then you can go further through that. Let's see. Let me go through that a little faster if I can. Maybe. There. So here's the spectrogram of this, and these are the different the cracks versus the blasts are pretty distinct in this case. Let's see if I can, yeah. Okay, then we get to the visualization of where was the shooter. Given that we have, for some of these cell phones, we had a very accurate location, and this is the overall satellite view of where things happened, obviously taken at a different time. And so we have sort of a couple of cameras that were recording, microphones that were recording, and these are the estimated distances from the cameras where the how far the shooter was likely to be. Where they overlap, that's pretty strong case, and because we had multiple of them, we could actually find a direction, and it lined up fairly well with a wing. The visualization doesn't show this, but the green lines are very reasonable for the actual location of the shooter in the Mandalay Bay Hotel. The gun, this is an anecdote. The gun type detection was, we showed this to somebody affiliated with the FBI, and they asked later, could we do an analysis of the last 2 shots that were fired? So we did that. It's a handgun from the same place. And we said, why is that interesting? And it turns out the police report said it was the person died by suicide. And the question is, suicide, you need 2 shots for? But we didn't have enough confidence for them to say, yeah, we have to open an investigation to what really happened in the room when this person died. So here's another one. This is, again, video. Came from a Facebook post, and somebody sent it to us and said, okay, what can you tell us about this video? Okay. You guys have a clue where this really happened? Okay. So we get into geolocalization of videos and analysis. So the text said Kashmir. Okay. So we looked at the province in India of Kashmir, And it was clearly, this is reasoning, right? We don't do this automatically, but you know, this would be great to have a system that can help with this. Clearly urban, an urban environment. So we looked at the towns, the major towns, and Srinagar was at the top, so we started there. And then we looked at what else can we see in the video. So there's this little hill, there's this square here, which which might be a fountain, and then here are some towers that, if it's India, you would think it would be a temple, but it could also be a mosque, because this was Kashmir, and at the time there was this drama between the Muslims in Kashmir and the rest of India. And we also built a panorama to sort of have a better idea of how this scene really looks. So that's pretty standard, right? And then we went to Google Street View and looked, given, there was no Google Street View, sorry, it was Google satellite images. We looked at mosques in Srinagar, and here's some of them that didn't look anywhere reasonable. But then we found one, again, manually inspecting the satellite images. We found one that showed 4 towers. And it was the Jamia Masjid Srinagar Mosque. It's pretty reasonable, but was particularly interesting that there's something called Nauhata Fountain there, right? So could be sort of a lead. And then, so we looked around that area a little bit, again, looking at reference images in Google Maps and also in other social media. This is what it looks like. Okay, that's different, but and notice also there's a little mountain here with a building on top. And then you look a little deeper, and here you see there's some text, and it says Nauhata. So this text is obviously backwards because it was on the other side of the balcony, printed on something that's could see where you could read it from both sides. It's there, and it's ST letters there. So now we're pretty close. We know for sure we're at this in this area. We found a 360-degree panorama that somebody had uploaded, and this is the fountain part, and up here, if you zoom in, you see something styled something, and if you look really close, it actually says Nauhata here. So we know it was here. This is a real place, and it was filmed from that place. So now we can give a full analysis that it was taken on the 4th floor of this building here, and had with these coordinates. And when we analyze the audio, there, the first 10 seconds are not gunshots, but then 8 gunshots, 16 to 25 seconds, with reasonable probability, but we're not certain because there's lots of other sounds. Okay, so now moving on a little bit. Last, I guess it was February, Washington Post said, can you help us analyzing what happened at the Capitol riots? And, you know, in case you didn't see it.
In the months since January 6th, lawmakers and other officials have sought to understand how rioters were able to penetrate police lines and lay siege to the U.S. Capitol, storming through the halls in a rampage aimed at overturning a presidential election.
We have got to take a really hard look at what happened on January 6th.
Clearly, seems to me there were some failures.
I acknowledge that under the pressure of an unprecedented attack, a number of systems broke down.
The Washington Post analyzed police radio communications, synchronized them with hours of footage, and drew on interviews with police supervisors.
Had bats, sticks, sledgehammers,
to show how failures of planning and preparation left police at the Capitol severely disadvantaged due to.
Okay, so it was clearly a mess, and the Washington Post had I think it was 8 people working on this to figure it out, because they also wanted to publish it soon, rather than in July. Here's sort of one result of what we did, showing higher crowd densities here, but also doing some counting there, and that was interesting because the existing crowd counting tools, our own, which we believe to be state-of-the-art, as well as all of them, did pretty poorly with this type of crowd. And the way we could measure it, since we didn't have ground truth, right? This is not a carefully collected data set, but there were images of, say, this area and maybe this area taken from up close where you could count it. So then we took these patches, and from those we estimated how far off we were in our estimation of this particular region, and then we just elaborated on that. So that was geolocation of the camera was important, crowd density analysis was important, and then also things like object detection, hammers and things like that. And I'm not showing the slides because we're not authorized to show individuals, but there were a few people that could be pretty easily detected. This is sort of a more technical slide. This is what the pipeline looks like, and the Washington Post has used that in other cases already. Particularly, this is what the outcome was after we gave our estimates of where things are. And
At the Post's request, researchers at Carnegie Mellon University used a crowd counting model to determine the number of people visible in videos and images. In this video, the analysis estimated there were at least 3,400 people. That number is likely an undercount due to the quality of available footage and obstructions like flags and trees. Around 118 of those present are officers, meaning they are outnumbered more than 28-1. The Post used a tool developed by researchers at Carnegie Mellon University to estimate the size and density of the mob at key moments. The results of that analysis were used to approximate rioters' locations for the 3D visualization. The analysis shows that by this time, at least 2,000 people have pushed past police lines on the east side of the Capitol and attempt to break in.
We stayed on that mid-terrace as long as we could safely. A decision was made by the United States Capitol Police to pull their personnel back inside the building at a point, leaving one of my flanks pretty weak. At least 9,400 people are visible in footage taken during this time period, and outnumbered officers more than 58-1, according to an analysis by the Post and Carnegie Mellon University.
So here's in parallel, we were also developing some ability to maybe understand what kind of activities are taking place here, and what, for example, weapons or tools were being used in the process. That still can use a lot of improvement, but this is just a first step on this. Yeah, there's no audio here. So crowd density came up again just recently in the Astroworld concert tragedy, where again the Washington Post, they like us because we get stuff done for them, and people in the room here have they dropped everything, including working on DIVA for a short period of time, and said, yeah, let's try this. We think we can do it. And within about 10 days, they had a pretty good approach. And the question was, how many square foot per person is it in this rectangle here? And is the higher density of people, is that related to where people died or got seriously injured? I think totally there were like 10, 11 deaths at least, mostly people getting crushed and trampled. And so not only did we have to look at the crowd density, we also divided it into little quadrants within that and showed the density, the likely density of the crowd in various places. And you also had to consider the fact that the camera angles were different, and you had to rectify, given the camera position. Here, this is to geolocate each segment here, each quadrant accurately. And all of this happened in this part of the overall scene. And so that's on the crowd counting. This is a little bit older work, but very interesting. Activity detection and crowd activity detection. Among other things, we participated in the road challenge. And one of the things that we thought would be really interesting earlier was to not just detect car crashes, which is pretty straightforward in some ways, but looking at, can we predict that they're likely to happen and potentially warn the authorities of places where there are a lot of near misses. The idea is you want to model a physical collision and predict it. And so it requires camera model and calibration, which we don't have the camera parameters available. Object detection and tracking, building a 3D bounding box because you want really the physical dimensions, and then trajectory prediction and danger recognition. And here's a video that sort of shows this applied to, it was pretty much a random video from YouTube. Yeah. And this is pretty much the end of my talk, so don't worry about it. So this is the original video. First we do car detection. So this is very overlapping with the traditional activity detection, except it's cars, right? And so we have the bounding boxes. Now we want a 3D bounding box because we want it fully spatially accurate. And then once we have that, we can do trajectory prediction and then see when it's likely to be an accident or a near miss. And you can see here at some point, it predicts the accident as far as 0.24 seconds, which doesn't seem like much, but in the age of computers, that's a long time. And we can do that in real time. And this is our most recent ongoing work, where last year also, people in Mississippi Emergency Management Agency said, we have all these floods and hurricanes and tornadoes, and we have this damage assessment and we just can't keep up. Can you help us with those? We do have drone footage. And so there's a good analysis of these. This was the original video, and these are what our system recognized as completely damaged, basically a complete write-off, heavily damaged. And they liked it so much that they're they've given us more data, and they're going to try this system at the next disasters that happen in emergencies that happen in Mississippi, and try it out. Now, they don't have a lot of money, so we're doing this, as class projects and things like that. But it's again one of those things that's really cool because it matters to people. What the MEMA, the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, also want is to estimate the volume of debris that might be on the roads or blocking things. I'm not sure how quickly we can do this, but that's another great challenge that we're going to face in the spring. So, summary of the talk. These are all things that are related to activity detection, but they go fairly beyond that, and they go beyond it in very interesting ways, in my mind, because often there's new research needed because the real footage isn't as clean as what was collected, for example, for the challenges that will be discussed later. It's fairly tedious to do this by hand. We're not looking at replacing, but building tools that hopefully eventually can be used by people who are on the ground or have responsibility for this. And almost always we need to extend or improve or do new research to figure out what to do in different scenarios and with different kinds of multimedia data. And this is just the beginning. It's very great challenges for researchers. And obviously we're not coming up with this on our own. We have now a number of organizations that contact us occasionally for help. Some of it we don't publicly talk about, partially because, for example, the Maidan thing, we don't want Russian trolls starting to hack our systems. You know, it's just not something we want to do. So that was it. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you for that great talk. I'm not in the room. Do you have any questions for our speaker?
Nobody in the room seemed. Oh, wait, there is a. Sorry, didn't want to overlook you.
How many people that, especially on the actual data in the training models, while getting these events, because it's very challenging. So how did you guys deal with that?
Alex, can you just please repeat the question?
Okay. How do we deal with the sparsity of data that we know the truth about, right? Well, sometimes we do our own annotations. Sometimes we do simulations. Most of the time we go online, find things that are similar, where we can have some idea of, for example, where this happened. We did some analysis of the Boston Marathon bombings, and there we could get Google Street View and get very accurate numbers of where people were at the time. And Mississippi gave us some ground truth for this building was considered completely damaged, this building was slightly damaged, and they also have, this was the price, the tag they put on it. So we have some data from them. They're kind enough to share it with us. And also they have coordinates of, this is this house at this location. So you know exactly what it's supposed to be. And here's a picture of that house earlier that you might have. So basically we're creative. I mean, we're trying to do the best we can. And sometimes we tell the people that are working with us or that asked us and say, well, can you do some annotation, because we don't really know what you're really looking for. And they're motivated to do it. we do not use Amazon Mechanical Turk, sorry, too much. Just it takes time to make sure you have a robust annotation system. It's not easy, and so and it costs money. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a challenge, and we do what we can, and sometimes we just say no, not much we can do. We would need better data.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yeah, there's one.
In this role as the balance analysis, you have to do a lot of manual stuff, like what to do, step 1, step 2, step 3.
We're not quite that far. Usually, somebody comes to us and says specifically, when were these shots fired, or where was this guy when the shots were fired? Like the Rittenhouse case, we also did some alignment and analysis of where the people were when the shots were fired, and that was manual annotation. I don't know.
How far you can see this can be into like a real product?
I don't think it's going to be a single product. It's going to be this toolkit that maybe, and you know, we're a university, right? We can't just start building user interfaces for everybody. That can be put together by somebody, and depending on the scenario, you decide what you need, what pieces you need to do, and usually there'll be something that you don't have, and then you go ask somebody else to build it for you. Okay. I don't think I see anything on the YouTube, not YouTube.
I have a question.
Do, okay.
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me. So I think your toolbox analogy is the right analogy. Since we're talking about, you know, I'd like to get more people involved in this kind of research, because this is going to continue to be a need for the public to be able to understand what happened. Are there any, have you thought about distilling the needs that you needed from a technology perspective, and could we take those needs and translate that into a public evaluation task that we could enlist more people to work on this kind of technology?
Yeah, I mean, there are some, so there's a question of how do we collect data, right, that could be somehow disseminated and provide interesting challenges. John Garofalo has collected some ASAPS data, which still hasn't been released, but it goes in the right direction. And often, or several times, for example, for the Boston thing, we've got videos that were used in court, and therefore they're public, and we can use those. And based on the analysis that was done in court, we actually also have some level of ground truth. So that was the case for Boston, but also for the Maidan, whatever it was, shootings. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we should thank our speaker and move on to the next topic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay. He closed his laptop, I think. Young, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I wanted to make sure the in-person participants can hear you as well.
No, I think what happened was he closed his laptop and now they need to switch over to afterwards. I hope.
So our next speaker is you, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can maybe share your screen and then wait for Excel's signal, do you think?
I'm sharing already. Can you see it?
Yep, I can see.
Okay. I can't even get a hold of Ruben. They must be in a foreign country.
I've texted Excel, so hopefully.
So can you see my slides? Can you hear me? Can you hear me on the slides? So I can give my talk. Sure. Okay, bye. Okay, so apparently they can hear me. So hi, my name is John Fiskis. This talk is going to be the ActEV Self-Reported Leaderboard Challenge results. This is a challenge evaluation that we ran in late December of 2021. And I'd like to thank the DIVA program, IARPA, and Kitware for their collaboration to make this challenge a success. Just as a disclaimer, the results and the interpretations are my own interpretations and they should not be construed as a government endorsement. The outline of the talk is to talk about the SRL evaluation, the evaluation tests and measures, briefly talk about the data set that we used, and then share the results and a little bit of analysis, as well as talk about next steps for the next evaluation challenges. So what is the evaluation? ActEV stands for Activity Detection in Extended Videos. And this is an evaluation series that we've been supporting since 2017 with the IARPA DIVA program. in spite of our best efforts to build detection technologies, this still remains a challenging task to detect and localize activities in extended video. And our goal here is to support technology development through these challenge evaluations. And here, the technology needs to detect the target activities as well as identify and track the objects associated with the activities. And this is a series of challenges designed to robustly detect activities, be it known or surprise, in many camera views in the multi-camera environment, as well as in novel and known facilities. Just a brief history, we've been running the Sequestered Data Leaderboard evaluations between 2018 and 2021. And this year and beyond, we're going to continue these evaluations by leveraging government collected sequestered data and releasing that to the public. So the application here is retrospective analysis of archives. This is not a real-time loading application. So systems can look at the entire video. We have two evaluation tasks. The first is activity and object detection. In here, the systems are expected to not only detect when the activity instances occur, but also localize them temporal-spatially. And the secondary task is just activity detection. In here, the systems have to detect the activity instances and only temporarily localize the activities. Finally, this is a take-home style evaluation where participants download the test data set and run their systems locally on their own machines, and then submit the output to NIST for evaluation. We're hoping that this take-home style evaluation is going to be a lower entry bar to participants because it's a much simpler evaluation model. Moving on to just a little bit more about the evaluation tasks. Here's an example of why we differentiate these two evaluation tasks. And I'm going to use an example, an activity called person transfers object, where a human takes an object and gives it to another human. And in our first video, we're going to see there's going to be an activity instance of this activity. It's pretty hard to see if you only localize the activity temporarily, because right now there's an activity occurring. And with this very busy scene, it's very hard to tell where that activity occurred. In contrast, activity and object detection, the system has to identify and localize the area. And so you can see the bounding box is identifying where the activity occurred. Activity and object detection is the primary task, and that's the main challenge for this year's evaluation. Okay. Gotta get there we go. Okay, so let's go over the measures. There's really two measures I want to talk about today. One is the detection measures, and the other is for the temporal spatial localization. On the detection side, we're using a variant of a detection evaluation metrology, where we're going to evaluate type 1 and type 2 errors. And the way we do that is very different for this streaming style evaluation, where the activity instances can occur anytime within a long duration video. And so that is why this temporal localization is so important, as well as the spatial. So the way we evaluate the systems is we annotate the reference with the activity instances, and here they're indicated in green, and then the system output is produced indicated by the bars in black. And the evaluation first does an alignment between the reference instances and the system instances to develop measures of accuracy. And the measures that we're using are misdetection rates and false alarm rates. And a misdetection is instances not found by the system divided by the number of true instances, and the rate of false alarm is number of false alarm instances divided by the total video duration. Using these two measures, we can sweep create a sweep of the decision space between the misdetections and the false alarm rate to build a dot curve. And that stands for decision error trade-off. In this example, you can see the line graph here going down. To turn this trade-off space into a single number to compare systems, we do two things. We evaluate systems at fixed false alarm rate, and for this evaluation, we're looking at the 0.1 false alarm rate. And so we report the PMIS value at this 0.1 false alarm rate. And the second measure we report is the normalized partial area under the dot curve, which is indicated by this hash region up to the 0.2 RFA number. And this is scaled to unity to make it a larger number to compare. And for these dot curves, please remember that down and to the left is better. Once we do this by activity, we also average it by activities. Details can be found in the evaluation plan at this URL. They handle the detection error rates, but we also want to know how good the systems are at temporally localizing, temporal spatially localizing the activities. And here we take a look at the activities that the system got correct, and then evaluate how many frames were accurately spatial temporally localized for the instance. The measure we're using is called normalized multiple object detection error rate. And this is a combination of the misdetect frames not containing the instance, and false alarm frames that the system added as an incorrect bounding box. And of course, we average the several activities and do the same specific RFA value calculation based on the data curves. The data set that we use for this challenge evaluation is the Multiview extended video with activities data set, or MEVA. This data set was collected by Kitwa for the DIVA program. It was collected with 100 different actors over a 2 and a 1 week span at a training ground for with an urban environment. There are 28 unique key reviews in the public data set. We still have sequestered views that we haven't released. But for the public data set, there's 28. There's 4.6 hours of UAB data, and Kitwa has annotated 400 plus hours of the data set, the public data set for distribution. And when they do that, they annotate the activity instances as well as the spatial bounding boxes for the people involved in the activities. And I invite you to go take a look at this URL to find out more about the data and learn how you can contribute your own annotations to the data set. Okay, that kind of works out. There were 29 activities for this challenge evaluation. This is a subset of the 37 activities that we use in the Sequestered Data Leaderboard. It includes things like people interacting with people, people interacting with objects, as well as vehicle activities. Under the results and just a little bit of analysis, we've built an interactive leaderboard for analyzing the results of the evaluation. This is a live leaderboard that is constantly evolving as new results are added. I invite you to take a look at this URL to see the leaderboard, and you can drill down into the data set and the scores very easily. We had 6 teams participate in this year's evaluation, although the Dev NIU system is a component of the IEEE system. Yeah, the way the platform works, it looks like a separate team. We had a team from Beijing University of Post and Telecommunications in China, Carnegie Mellon University, University of Central Florida, University of Maryland, and ActEV, a company in China. This table shows 2 sets of results. The dark blue columns here correspond to the activity and object detection task. And this light blue column corresponds to just the activity detection task. And then, as you recall, the difference between these 2 tasks is that the AOD task should be more difficult because the correctness constraint on the instances is greater. And you'll see that that's indeed true if you look at the results. The PMS and RFA for each team is higher for the AOD task compared to the AD task. We'll dig into this a little bit more. This is our decisionary trade-off curve for the top performing systems in this year's eval. You can see that there's a clustering occurring at the low false alarm rates. But as the systems dig deeper into the data, you'll see that the differences between the systems becomes more apparent. And down at the 0.2 false alarm rate, you'll see that there's 2 clicks in this data set, or in the scores. On my screen, this looks kind of muddy, so there we go. Let's drill down a little bit deeper and go to the activity level. This graph shows the PMS rate at 0.1 RFA for each of the activities sorted by average activity across the teams. And you'll see, as typical, the vehicle stops and starts is the easier activity detect, meaning the miss rate's lower, and the more difficult activities are person interacts with a laptop and person talks to a person. This is pretty consistent across our testing for the past 3 years. But the major question about this evaluation is, what's the difference in performance between AOD and AD? And this graph shows that with a series of box graphs. For each of these subgraphs, we're plotting the PMIS rate at 0.1 RFA for both the AD system, or evaluating the system for AD, or for evaluating the system for AOD. And you can see that consistently, AOD is a more challenging task, as we expect. And we found that these differences are statistically different, statistically significantly different, based on the Wilcoxon sign rank test. And you can see the p-values for these tests as well, which this is not a surprise for us. We also are taking a look at the temporal spatial accuracy for the systems. And in this graph, we're plotting a box plot for the end node, which is a measure of frame errors for the localization. And you can see for the top 3 systems here, the means are pretty close to one another. But for other systems that weren't necessarily optimized for this new localization task, you can see there's temporal spatial error rates are a little bit higher. In summary, this is our first public MEVA evaluation data set release. We're hoping that this garners some more interest in the data set, and there's a platform to continue using this data set. Teams were able to successfully adapt to the localization requirement for this challenge evaluation. We based the submissions on that. There's a date cutoff for this challenge evaluation of December 1st. And based on that decision, that deadline, we've invited the 3 top performing teams to present their work at this workshop. That includes Beijing University of Post and Telecommunications, Carnegie Mellon University, and the University of Central Florida. So what are the next steps here? Well, the ActEV program is ending, but they will be unsequestering additional member data to continue support of working on this evaluation task. That may include training data and evaluation data. We have many different technology challenges that we could support. That includes unknown cameras, infrared video, unknown facility, and surprise activities. So this data set can support a lot of challenges that we know are important to solve the needs that we have. As well as the data set can support person tracking and person re-identification. Thank you for your talk, and I'll take questions if you're able to communicate with me. So stop sharing. And I have no idea if people can hear me.
No questions from Slack. Efsal, could you check if there is any question from audience?
Well, I gave my talk. They may be watching the video some other time. Recover version. Okay, so they could hear me, which is good.
Probably we can move on to next speaker. And if you have any question, you can post
Well,
the Slack or chat.
The next speaker, I think, is probably there.
BUPT.
Yep. There's someone on that Zoom call that is from BUPT. I don't recognize the name.
Excel text me, John, can you introduce the BUPT so that they can give a talk?
Okay, sure. Okay, our next talk is by the Beijing University of Press and Telecommunications. They were the top performing system in the SRL challenge, as just discussed earlier. And the paper is given by Junfen Wang, Zhiyang Tong, and Zhayu Zhao, and I'm very sorry about those pronunciations. I'm sure were incorrect. So no, I think we're waiting.
I think we should play the video. Let me play the video.
Do you have the video?
Yep.
Okay, yep, please do. Is that number 6? Oh, cool.
Hi, everyone. I'm Junfen Wang.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Today, we introduce 215 AOD, a comprehensive activity detector for civilian videos.
I lost the sound.
2 detectors,
There we
1
go.
frame difference, 5 classifiers, and our results. The whole pipeline of our framework are shown in this figure. We divide the whole task into 3 parts: detection, classification, and post-processing. In detection section, we aim to generate proposals for classification, and we use both 2D and 3D cascade RCNN detectors. In classification section, we aim to classify all the proposals into predefined categories. Specifically, we separate the classification task into 5 groups: person only, car left or right, car start or stop, person with vehicle, and person with person. We adopted different ways to classify proposals of different groups. At last, in the post-processing section, we refer to the post-processing method proposed by INR in the track VID 120 notebook. Firstly, we fuse the classification results by averaging the frame level scores. Then, for short-term activities, we split the trajectories into a series of overlapping clips according to the median duration of the activity, and we execute temporary non-maximum suppression for every categories in the clips. For long-term activities, we directly output the results that exceed a certain threshold in the frame fused scores. Furthermore, we also use the method of frame difference to filter the results of the detector to reduce some false positives. So let's take a look at the details. In detection section, we use both 2D and 3D detectors. The 2 pipelines are shown in the figure. For 2D detectors, we adopted 2D cascade RCNN with ResNet as backbone to detect the frame level bounding boxes. Then we adopted deep sort for tracking. For 3D detectors, we adopted 3D cascade RCNN with R2 plus 1D and the X3D as backbone to locate grid level bounding boxes. Then we utilize IOU tracker for tracking. In frame difference section, we adopted frame difference approach, and the whole pipeline is shown in the figure. We feed the video clips into frame difference to get foreground masks. Specifically, we extract multiple pairs of different frames at an equal interval for a clip and then obtain the inter-frame difference between every pair. Multiple difference results are merged together to get the final foreground mask result of this clip. We use this approach to filter false detections in post-processing stage. In the classification section, we divide all the 20 predefined categories into 5 groups, which are person only, car left or right, car start or stop, person with vehicle, and person with person. The pipeline is shown in the figure. These classifiers are all used to use the output clips of the 3D detector as inputs. For these small clips, we first extract the T frames at an equal interval to form an input format of T multiplied H multiplied W multiplied 3. We separately adopted slow fast for person vehicle and a swing transformer for the other activities as classified. The result of the 3D detector are not completely correct, which is mixed with some false positives. We suppress the false positives in the 3D detections by the 2D detections of the persons and cars that appear on each frame. In addition, the bounding box of 3D detection of an activity is got from the fleet level rather than frame level. So the bounding box is slightly larger than the real activity area for each frame. We adjust the activity bounding box of each frame in one to the 2D detection results. Before showing our results, let's explain our post-processing algorithm. We refer to the post-processing method proposed by INF in the track VID 2020 notebook. Firstly, we fuse the classification results by averaging the frame level scores so that we can get a score in the blocks for each frame on each trajectory. Then we divide the activities into two cases to deal with separately. For short-term activities, such as person opens vehicle door and person closes vehicle door, we count the median of the duration of each activity category in the training set. Using the median as duration to split the trajectories into a series of overlapping grids, and we execute temporal non-maximum suppression for every categories in grids. For long-term activities, such as person restalking and person talks to person, we directly output the results that exceed a certain threshold in the fused scores. Here is our result. We achieved a state-of-the-art result in the track VID 2021 ActEV SRL challenge. In the future, our team will strive to achieve an end-to-end system, replacing the current multi-modal structure with a lighter single model. Longer or shorter events are more difficult to continue to explore that methods. The spatial location of the activities also need to be improved. The above is all the content of our work. Thanks for your listening.
Okay, thank you. That is the end of our session for the morning. We're now in a morning break until 10:45. And that's Hawaii time, which is 3:45 Eastern time. So we will stop the recording, I believe, and move on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, Epsa, can you stop recording? I would like to test this, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I have started the recording.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me and see the screen now?
Perfect. We can hear you. We can see your screen.
We're good. We're good. All good.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. So hello everyone. Today I'm here to present Argus++ robust real-time activity detection for unconstrained video stream with overlapping cube proposals. I'm Li Junyu. This is a joint effort from my colleague Yijun Qian, Wenhe Liu, and Professor Alexander G. Hauptmann. This is a joint presentation, including the paper we presented at the workshop, as well as our challenge results from the self-reported leaderboard. We are from Language Technologies Institute, Carnegie Mellon University, and this work was sponsored by the DIVA program. So activity detection, here we are dealing with unconstrained videos, which is untrimmed and with large field of views. There are three aspects of this task: temporal localization, spatial localization, and action classification. Each of them pose unique challenges, and when we combine them together, it's really difficult to tackle. There has been a strict target for this task, where we aim to detect all atomic activities and perform bipartite matching between the predictions and ground truths. But to foster some easy development, there has also been a loosened target, where the system detects either atomic activities like standing up, or continuous repetitive activities such as walking. And the metric allows matching multiple non-overlapping predictions to each ground truth. So we'll tackle both these targets in the following experiments. I will first introduce the Argus++ framework that we have been working on at the CMU. Here is the overall architecture of Argus++. Given a video stream, we first run object detection and tracking, followed by a proposal generation algorithm. Here, proposals are activity candidates that represents a spatial temporal region within a video. Each proposal is later used to recognize activities. Before performing the activity recognition, we also perform foreground segmentation in the video stream for proposal filtering to remove the stable objects in the videos. Then the activity recognition module labels each of the proposal with classification confidence scores, followed by the activity deduplication algorithm to output final activity prediction instances. Here is an important intermediate concept of cube proposals. It's a candidate region where an activity may occur. And it's a processing element for activity recognition because the state-of-the-art models often takes a fixed spatial window and temporal duration as input. So we define this as a simple 6 tuple, defining the boundaries in 3 dimensions. And when we sample them, we use a fixed temporal duration. So it's much simpler than activity instances or tuple proposals in this representation. When we sample the proposals, we do dense overlapping sampling on the untrimmed videos to ensure the completeness and coverage of any activity instance. This is because when we do legacy non-overlapping sample, there is always a boundary between the temporal windows. And when an activity occurs there, we will lose detection. So the overlapping sampling ensures there is no real boundary. This was proposed by us in TrackWay 2020, and we were happy to see that even BOPT team were using this paradigm. And proposal refinement, we select seed track IDs from the central frame in each temporal window. As we track objects through frames, we can enlarge the bounding boxes as the union of each track ID across the window. Here is an example showing how we generate a proposal for this moving sedan in the center. So for temporal from 0 to 70, the proposal duration is 4t, and the stride is 1t. So you see the proposals are generated as 0 to 4, 1 to 5, 2 to 6, and 3 to 7. And they overlap with each other. After generating these proposals, we have been only using the frame level information, such as objects. We need to further filter out the stable objects by using a foreground segmentation method. We obtain frame level binary mask for foreground pixels. And the proposal foreground score is calculated as the average value of pixel mask inside the cube. And then we learn a filtering threshold by allowing up to some sacrifice true positive instances. The filtered proposal are assigned labels to train the classifier. We follow the faster RCNN in selecting positive and negative samples, as well as the assignment method. We first convert the annotation into the cube format we are using to generate proposals, and estimate the spatial IOU between the proposal and the ground truth. And then we select proposals up to a threshold as true positive, and below a threshold as negative, and the middle ones are discarded. To evaluate this intermediate concept, we also propose a proposal evaluation algorithm, which assumes a perfect classifier by using assigned labels. And then it passes through the following steps, such as the deduplication, and use official metrics to estimate the upper bounds. Since we have carefully designed the proposal generation method, the activity recognition part is just a multi-label classification problem. It's multi-label because many activities can occur at the same time. So here we use binary cross-entropy loss. It's weighted by the proposal scores, which was the proposal spatial IOU with the ground truth. And we also balance activity-wise positive, negative samples, balance the samples of different activities. And when we use different data sets, they also need to be balanced. When the efficiency allows, we do action-wise late fusion by using multiple classifiers and select the type where each classifier is best at. So here is an overview of the activity deduplication. There are two types of deduplication we are working. First is the overlapping instances. As we generated the overlapping queue proposals, we need to merge them back to get the final output. You may find this also similar to BOPT because we presented this like a year and a half earlier. And for the overlapping cubes, we calculate the average score and intersection of boxes to flatten into short duration bounding boxes. And then we convert them back with larger sliding window and select the maximum score output. The second and third stage was used to ensure that each output instances would be longer than a specified duration. This is about overlapping instances, and it's sufficient for the loosened target when introduced in the beginning, where the metric allows multiple instances to be matched with one ground truth. So if it doesn't allow this, we need to further merge adjacent cubes above certain threshold, subject to a minimum duration. We introduced later in the SRL presentation. So here I present the experimental results we listed in our paper. The implementation details of our system include object detection using mask RCN with ResNet 101 COCO. It's applied with a frame stride of 8 on 30 FPS videos. And the multi-object tracking we use towards real-time MOT. The foreground segmentation, we use histogram of Gaussians. And the proposals are generated at 64 frame duration with a stride of 16 frames. We use classifiers of R2 plus 1D, X3D, and our own TRM, which will be introduced in a later presentation. There are several evaluation protocols we use to measure our system performance. The NIST activity in extended videos has been the main focus. There are two types of leaderboards. The sequestered data leaderboards, including MEVA Unknown Facility and MEVA Known Facility, ask us to submit our system to run on the NIST hardware. And they measure the performance and efficiency at the same time. There is another type of leaderboard called self-reported, including the track-weight active challenges using the VIRA dataset, and the SRL challenge using some public MEVA data. The NIST active series use a loosened target. with PMAs at TFA-based metrics. Up till the SRL challenge, there have been some changes. We also evaluated the system performance in ActEV 2021 road challenge, where we performed road action detection from an autonomous driving vehicle perspective view. They use a strict target with MAP as 3D LU-based metrics. So there will be a strict alignment between prediction and ground truth, and they measure the 3D LU. Following, I will present experiment results. The first one is from CVPR 2021 Activity Night Challenge, ActEV SRL Unknown Facility. Argus++ system achieved the first place with an NUDC at 0.2 TFA of 0.35. We were 7 points ahead of the runner-up team. And later, this became an ongoing leaderboard, which I will show later. Another one is the known facility. We notice our system also performs the best on the known facility ongoing leaderboard with an AUDC at 0.2 TFA of 0.16. We are even further ahead of the runner-up team. And actually, we use the same system for known facility and unknown facility. So for unknown facility, the ongoing leaderboard is this. Teams have been improving their systems after the challenge, but Argus++ is still the first one. And the trackway challenges using the VARA dataset. This is the self-reported, so efficiency is not measured. We were the first one in 2021 and 2020. Our submission remains similar, so these 2 years. And here is the ActEV road challenge. We scored an average action MAP of 20, which was the best one across other submissions. We performed some ablation study to verify the design decisions in this system, including the coverage of proposal formats. So at that time, we were dealing with the loosened target using TFA-based metrics. So we wanted to know what duration stride of proposals we use can cover all the activity instances that use the almost perfect performance. So we estimated the lower bounds of NAUDC at 0.2 TFA on various validation set with different proposal formats. On this table, you can see the diagonal values, sorry, not diagonal. The rows are durations and the columns are strides. When we use duration 32 and stride 32, there is a 12% loss. But when we switch to duration 64 and stride 16, there is only 1%. So this is the format we were finally using. And it is also obvious that simply using longer proposals would not eliminate the loss. When we use 96 versus 96, there is still 6.8%. And we verify the performance of proposal filtering, also on a various validation set. Before filtering, the proposal's positive rate was 17%. And after filtering, it was 52%. So we were getting rid of a lot of proposals. But does this affect the proposal quality? We measure the proposal quality metrics. As we say, we assign labels and use the final metrics. We find that the proposal average LU score almost didn't change. So the proposal filtering only brings good results. And we verify this on the SDL Unknown Facility macro set. When we enable the filter, the processing time improved from 0.92 real time to 0.58. And the performance also improved. Here is the conclusion and future work for the paper part. We presented Argus++ robust real-time activity detection. We used the overlapping spatial temporal queue proposals and demonstrating superior performance in a lot of challenges and evaluations. So in the future work, we will extending strict target into the active settings using the bipartisan matching with spatial localization, as NIST have been doing in the SRL challenge. And we also wanted to generalize to more scenarios such as UAV videos and do zero-shot or few-shot activity detection and continue to improve on that. So after ABS++, we applied it to the SRL challenge. There was a short time frame, so we made some modifications. The challenge changed the metrics from time-based false alarm to rate of false alarm, where they only match one ground truth with only one prediction. It's coming towards the strict target, but there are slight differences. But overall, we cannot cut into short cubes, but need merged outputs. It also requires spatial temporal localization instead of only temporal localization. So we need match the spatial alignment. And since we didn't have much time, we only changed one stage in the Argus++ framework. That is the activity deduplication part. And we directly use the trained models from the SDL system. And as expected, the overall system still runs in real time, which is different from some systems, such as BOPT, as they shared. So what's the difference in activity deduplication? We now filter cubes based on a classification confidence threshold, which was taken from the scorer on local validation set at 0.02 TFA. And after filtering out for the remaining cubes, we merge adjacent ones into one instance. We do this for all activities instead of doing some specific modification for different types, as we wanted to generalize the system to any type of activity. For spatial localization, we use the bounding box from the central cube before we merge them. Since the cube stride is 16, so the current output only contains bounding boxes of unions of each 16 frame window. It's not that precise as a frame level, but it's still good enough. And we also applied activity type filter, scene type filter, and activity count filters to boost the performance. Thanks to NIST's effort, the system was evaluated under different constraints of spatial and temporal alignment. So here are some different results. Under the loose correctness constraints, our submissions has achieved the best performance with 4 points ahead the other teams. So the loose constraints means they allow larger error of spatial temporal alignment, but count matching. And there's a medium constraints, which is used by default. This leaderboard is changing day by day. So for some days near the challenge deadline, BOPT holds for several days, and then we took back. And recently, when I was flying here, I found UCF took it back. So it's interesting. And in the medium one, here it is. And in the tight one, another system would boost up. So that means if we use frame level object detection, that could be much more accurate. But obviously that will take more time. So in future work for us, targeting the SRL challenge, there are two types of optimization. One is for activity object detection. So we can use frame level object detection bounding boxes at additional computation costs depending on the efficiency requirements. So that maybe NIST's challenge on how to define an efficiency requirement for a self-reported leaderboard. And we also need to optimization for RFA, which seems more of a longer term challenge. We need to refine the deduplication algorithm with joint optimization with the activity recognition module. Say we can define a classification task of different states inside one activity from start to middle to end. And that's just future work. Acknowledgements. And thank you for listening.
Yeah, John.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, we can hear you, John.
Okay. Thank you, Lijiang. Are there any questions for Lijiang?
Yeah.
Can you turn back to the page of the Q proposal?
Sure. You mean the animation or?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, Lijiang, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So the audience were asking to revise to the Q proposal slide. And what's the question?
Yeah, I noticed that you have this proposal and you also joined the ActEV Lab Challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And there are many other different action detection proposals. Those are very popular in the literature. So what's your essential difference of your proposal? And have you compared your proposal with other action detection proposals like BM? I just can't remember now.
Okay, so the question was what was specifically different about the proposal, Q proposal we are using in this system compared with others in the literature or other types of proposals we have experimented with. So yeah, there have been quite some changes in the proposal formats we have been using in the past few years. At the very beginning, we used the intuitive tube proposal as the object detection and tracking results. You natively have a tubelet. But then you need to do two things to get activities. You need to do temporal localization to cut some temporal window from that tube, because the person may be walking from here to there, but only performing opening a door at the middle. And then you need to classify that activity. So that means in the proposal generation parts, for the three tasks we mentioned, spatial, temporal, and classification, you are only doing spatial. But in this Q proposal, we cut into small regions, both temporally and spatially. So that means we do both spatial and temporal localization. The only remaining task is classification, which makes the activity recognition training much easier, because that's the most heavy model we are using.
So how do you define the starting and ending point of the temporal starting point and ending point?
Okay, the question was how do we define the temporal starting and ending point of a proposal? So the proposal generation is like we still use object detection and tracking throughout the video. And then for each object, we have its tracklets. And we only define starting points, say we use the duration of 64 and the stride of 16. So every 16 frames when the object is present, we initiate a new proposal. Yeah.
Okay, I think we need to thank our speaker and move on. Thank you, Lijiang.
Yeah, thank you. We can discuss later offline. Yeah.
Okay, our next talk is going to be a recording from the University of Central Florida. The title of the talk is do my windows. There we go. Can you all see the video? We get no feedback.
I can see.
Okay, you can see. If anyone is in the room, can you put into the chat if you can see us?
It's coming. Okay, John, everything is okay.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm going to be, okay. The next talk is the rank 3 top from the challenge evaluation, and the title is Gabriella V2 towards better generalization and surveillance videos for activity detection. This is a talk from the University of Central Florida.
My name is Zacchaeus Sheffer, and I am presenting the Gabriella V2 system developed in the Center for Research in Computer Vision at the University of
Can you guys hear the video sound?
Performs action detection.
Hi everyone, my name is Paritosh Verma, and today I'll be presenting our work titled
We concern ourselves with untrimmed security videos and aim to detect activities, be they human or vehicle or indoor or outdoor. The types include both single actor as well as actions involving multiple actors and actions involving an actor and object. For this end, we developed effective spatiotemporal localization that can find the start and end of actions as well as the spatial extent of those actions. Here we have the system overview. First, the untrimmed video is divided temporally into clips. These clips are sent to an object detector which finds all candidate actors. After being filtered, these objects are tracked and sent to the classification network, where each object in the clip is given a multi-class label. These labels are then stitched together and split with our TMAS algorithm, and after a final non-maximum suppression step are converted into final predictions. Delving deeper, the localization is performed in 3 steps for a given clip. First, we use the YOLO V5 object detector to detect where the objects are. Then we use a background subtractor to remove stationary objects. Finally, an object tracker tracks which detections are of the same object. Here we have an example of object detection. The YOLO V5 object detector operates on 2D images, so we use its detections every few frames. This creates bounding boxes around any potential person or vehicle actor. For the background subtractor, we use the MOG2 background subtractor because it is simple and intuitive. It reduces false alarm rates by 40% and speeds up the overall system by 200%. This speed up is almost entirely due to decreases in classification time as fewer objects need to be classified. Here we have a prime example where the majority of objects are stationary. Because we are concerned with activity detection, we can safely remove any object which is entirely stationary, as shown here with the missing bounding boxes. The object tracker we use is the sort tracker, which operates on bounding boxes to determine which detections are the same object. The main way it does this is through intersection over area or area. In most cases, this is quite straightforward. Suppose the tracker knows about 3 objects, and suppose there are suppose the boxes here indicate where they were last seen. Now suppose we detect a new object A. Because there is no overlap, it becomes a new track. Call it track 3. Similarly, we might have a detection that overlaps with 0, so it would be added to track 0. And so on. Here we have a comparison of the Gabriella V2 and the original Gabriella localization systems. The goal of the tracklet generation is to have high activity recall. The orange line gives the V2 performance, while the gray gives the original performance. When using a ground truth overlap threshold of 0.8, we achieve a 22% higher recall. For action classification, each detection can have multiple labels. So we train a 3D CNN backbone with sigmoid activations on ground truth tracks using a standard BCE loss where we treat each class independently. Action classification needs to be treated differently than in the previous system because tracklets are actor-centric. To do this, we generate tracks with YOLO, send those tracks to the action classifier, and generate labels using the ground truth labels and some spatiotemporal overlap criteria. One problem encountered in the real-world data sets is the very extreme differences in activity counts. For instance, in the MEVA dataset, talking has almost 400,000 instances in the dataset, while abandoning a package happens only 330 times. This is more than a 1,000 to 1 discrepancy. So we use partial label masking, or PLM, to deal with these extreme class imbalances. Another important relationship is class correlation. We use log sum exponential pairwise, or LSEP loss, which is based on the BCE loss. This is used with PLM to account for class imbalances. We use knowledge distillation using 5 diverse teacher classifiers distilled into 1 student classifier to teach the student multi-label action dependencies using what is referred to as dark knowledge in the literature. While the full model ensemble has a baseline of 0.564 MAP, we can distill it into a single classifier that achieves near identical performance, more than 4% better than training the student normally. Here we have a diagram of the training setup with a teacher ensemble and student network. Here the model architectures are the same, so we add a loss that encourages similar intermediate activations between the teacher ensemble and student network, in addition to the normal ground truth loss and knowledge distillation loss on the model output. This diagram shows our setup for model compression knowledge distillation. This is a second stage knowledge distillation where the student in the previous slide becomes the teacher in this slide. We consider a heavy 34-layer R2 plus 1D model teacher, which has been trained in the setup before, and an IRCSN 152 student model, which we distill using a BCE loss with the ground truth labels and an L2 knowledge distillation loss. Notice that IRCSN 152 is approximately twice as fast. In the table below, you will notice that IRCSN 152 performs 8% worse when trained normally versus using knowledge distillation, in which case it performs as well as the teacher model. Because the model is smaller and faster, we're able to include multiple compressed models in our final Gabriella system. Post-processing is performed in 2 steps. We have our TMAS algorithm that combines tracklet predictions along a track and then creates multiple single class predictions from a single multi-label prediction. Then a non-maximum suppression step removes duplicate predictions. Delving into the TMAS algorithm, we first take our individual tracklet predictions and chain them together using the tracklet ID as determined by the sort tracker mentioned earlier. Then the track is duplicated for each class which predicts above some threshold. Finally, we have spatiotemporal deduplication. We actually square the detections made by the YOLO network to give consistent aspect ratios to the action classifier. This extended region, as well as the overlapping nature of object detection, causes actor tracks to sometimes include outside actions. So we need to remove extra predictions this creates. To achieve this, we employ a non-maximum suppression algorithm. Here we have an example of an indoor scene. The squared bounding boxes are in green. The red box indicates an area where many bounding boxes cover the same area. Any action covered by multiple bounding boxes has a high probability of producing duplicate predictions. The TRECVID 2021 challenge utilized the VRAT dataset, which uses known cameras. Our system placed second in the challenge overall. Additionally, we submitted our system to the SDL 2021 Unknown Facility Leaderboard. This competition is based on the MEVA dataset and has teams evaluate on videos entirely of unknown origin. We place first in the challenge overall. A major problem in computer vision is the generalization problem, where a model that performs well on a dataset does not work well in the real world. Here we have a plot of the change in score for various classes when comparing PMIS when the camera facility is known to unknown. Here, a positive score means that the PMIS on unknown facilities was that much larger, so a smaller value indicates better generalization. Our system achieves the best generalization among all high-performing teams. Over time, our PMIS and NAUDC dropped significantly, leading up to the end of the SDL competition. Some of the things that caused the most significant drops include using a bigger ensemble with knowledge distillation and the spatiotemporal deduplication step in post-processing. Our system also achieved the best PMIS while being only slightly slower than the average high-performing system, though it still performs much faster than real time. In conclusion, the Gabriela V2 system achieves real-time performance and generalizes very well to unknown facilities. We built upon our original Gabriela system by replacing the action tubelet general localization with actor tracklet generation. We also used better classifiers by accounting for class imbalance, multi-label class correlation, and by using knowledge distillation. We also improved post-processing using NMS-based spatiotemporal deduplication. In the end, we placed first in the ActEV SDL 2021 Unknown Facility Leaderboard, and we were the runner-up for the TrekVid 2021 Leaderboard. Thank you. My name is Zacchaeus Sheffer, and I am presenting.
Yeah, John, maybe we should go to the next session because we are a little bit over time. So,
okay.
So you Young, please take over.
So our next speaker is Daniel Stedler. He's talking about the modeling ambiguous the assignments for multi-person tracking.
Can I take this?
You also want to project from your screen, or?
I can use my screen. I'm in the Zoom meeting. So.
Okay. You want to display it here?
Yes. All right.
It's HDMI.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Daniel, perfect. Can you share your screen, please?
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, I hope everybody can hear me and see my slides.
We can hear you and we can see your screen. Thank you.
All right. So welcome to my talk about modeling ambiguous assignments for multi-person tracking in crowds. I'm Daniel Stedler, and this is joint work with the advisor. I will start with a short motivation before I present the main contribution of our work. That is a novel association method for the multi-person tracking problem, in that we treat ambiguous situations separately. After that, I will talk about 2 additional tracking modules for further improving the performance, then show some experimental results, and we'll conclude with a summary. So most multi-person tracking methods apply the tracking by detection paradigm. And typically for each track detection pair, a distance measure is calculated and then saved in a distance matrix. And for example, the Hungarian algorithm is used to solve this assignment problem. The problem is that in this paradigm, all assignments are made once, and this can lead to tracking errors in big situations. So, for example, in crowds, multiple persons share similar spatial positions on the image and might share similar appearances, and this easily can lead to tracking errors. So, in contrast, we propose an approach that treats those big situations separately, and in addition to tracking modules for an improved performance are introduced. So let's talk first about our algorithm to find ambiguous situations in the multi-person tracking problem. To note that the only input to our algorithm is the distance matrix, so it can be applied to any tracking by detection-based method. First, we are looking for similar assignments that are track detection pairs with similar distance. In this example, the similarity threshold is 0.1. And for example, the tracks 1, 4, and detection 4 have a similar distance measure, so they are considered to be similar assignments. Similarly, track 6, detection 3, and 7 are similar assignments, and also multiple detections and tracks can be involved, like here. So after finding those similar assignments, we term only the assignments to be as ambiguous if the number of tracks and detections differ. So in this example here, we have 2 detections and 2 tracks. Each detection and each track can be matched, so we do not consider this situation to be ambiguous. Differently, in this example, we have an ambiguous detection D4 because it is not clear whether the detection should be assigned to track 1 or track 4. And here we have an ambiguous track, track 6, because we do not know if detection 3 or detection 7 should be assigned to it. So that's all about finding those ambiguous assignments. And after that, we investigated different approaches for those ambiguous detections and tracks. First, the strategies for ambiguous detections, where we have less detections than tracks in the assignment problem. The first strategy we followed is to simply delete the ambiguous detections and not considering them because we hypothesized that those detections might be inaccurate, for example, in crowds, and should not be used. Second, we build multiple hypotheses and which are maintained until the situation is clear again. The third strategy is called multi. In this strategy, it is allowed for ambiguous detections to be matched to multiple tracks. Now let's have a look at the strategies for ambiguous tracks, so less tracks than detections. We also follow a delete strategy where the involved detections are removed. Also investigated a multi-hypothesis tracking approach and an initialization strategy where the unmatched detections do not start active tracks immediately, but tentative tracks and have to be confirmed in several frames to become active. This initialization strategy, of course, is followed by many multi-person tracking methods. After we have resolved these ambiguous assignments, the Hungarian method is used for the remaining clear assignments. That's all about the novel association method we proposed. We additionally included 2 components into our framework to further improve the tracking performance. We observed that 2 modules can be important for high tracking performance. That is a camera motion compensation if videos with severe camera motion are present, and the track interpolation as post-processing. However, it is not straightforward to combine both modules, and what most trackers do is that they do not consider the camera motion in the interpolation. This is illustrated here. So what most trackers do is that the last detected box before occlusion is simply copied into the frame where the person has been redetected. And then the linear interpolation is performed, And afterwards, the interpolated boxes are copied back into the respective frames where the occlusion has happened. If there is ever a camera motion, like indicated with the static tree that changes its position on the image, you can see that the interpolated boxes are not accurate. In contrast, we propose to use the transformation matrices coming from the camera motion compensation for an improved accuracy of these interpolated boxes. So what we do is we transform the last detection box and the detection box after occlusion with the transformation matrices into the common middle frame, then perform the interpolation in this frame, and finally use again those transformation matrices to transform the interpolated boxes back to the frames where the person has been occluded. And as you can see by the red bounding box, those interpolated boxes are more accurate. The second adaptation we did is a small modification in the motion model. We use a Kalman filter with this track state, so XY position, aspect ratio, and height, and the derivatives, which is borrowed from the deep sort framework. And what we observe is that inaccurate detections introduce errors in the state estimation. And often it is the case for the last detection before severe occlusion occurs, often in crowds. And like here, this can lead to a growing or shrinking bounding box in the track prediction. Like you can see here in the second frame, the bounding box height is underestimated, and this leads to a shrinking bounding box in the track prediction. And after the occlusion, the track cannot be re-identified. Differently, we simply propose to keep the height of the bounding box fixed in the propagation by setting the derivative of the height to 0. So now we'll show some experimental results. First, about the different strategies to resolve the ambiguous situations. And here you can see the results with using an Hungarian method as a baseline association technique. And here you can see the results for the different strategies for resolving ambiguous detections. And only the delete strategy improves all tracking metrics, MODA, IDF1, and HODA. Similarly, only the initialization strategy for ambiguous tracks improves all tracking metrics. And interestingly, if we combine both strategies, further gains are achieved. And we have a significant improvement in all metrics in comparison to the baseline association, which shows that treating those ambiguous situations in multi-person tracking can improve the performance. Here you can see a qualitative example with the delete strategy for ambiguous detections. And oh, sorry for that. As you can see in the top row where the Hungarian method is used, there is an identity switch between the purple and the red track, because there is an ambiguous detection that is assigned to the wrong track. Differently, in our approach, we do not use this ambiguous detection, which is marked here as dotted rectangle, and instead use the motion model to predict the involved tracks. And by deleting this ambiguous detection, this identity switch can be prevented. Here you can see the impact of the additional tracking modules. As you can see in the second row with the linear interpolation, MODA is improved by 1 point, so the interpolation can play an important role for high tracking performance. The camera motion aware interpolation achieves further improvements. Note that in some videos with severe camera motion, MODA gains up to 2 points have been observed. The height preservation module further improves the results. We tested our tracker with different detectors like one-stage RetinaNet, two-stage fast error CNN, and the crowd-specific model called CrowdTed on Mod 17 and Mod 20 datasets. And in all configurations, the proposed association method improves over the baseline by large margins. We also compared our tracker, which we call MAA track for modeling ambiguous assignments, with other trackers from literature on Mod 17 and also Mod 20, and achieved state-of-the-art results. Note that the number of identity switches is quite low in comparison to other methods, and we hypothesize that this is because of the modeling of the ambiguous situations where a lot of identity switches can be prevented. So to conclude, we propose a novel association method which models ambiguous assignments based on the distance matrix. Then we investigated various strategies for resolving those ambiguous assignments. We introduced a new camera motion-aware interpolation technique and an adaptation to the motion model for further improving the tracking performance. We have shown a good generalization ability of our approach with various detectors and datasets, and achieved state-of-the-art performance on the 2 mod benchmarks. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions?
I don't see any questions from.
Do you guys have any questions, or?
I don't see any question from chat or Slack.
Okay, if there are no questions, maybe we can go to the next talk. Yu Young, if you could.
Sure, the next speaker is from Kitwell. I believe the Radi gonna give a presentation.
Thank you.
Radi, do you want to play your video, or would you like to present?
I think
person. Can you hear me?
Yu Young, I think Roddy is ready.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, Young, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. I can see your screen as well. Thank you.
All right. It's just me between you and lunch, so I'll go quick. My name is Roddy Collins, and I'm on behalf of my co-authors. I'm very proud to present our work on from leaderboard to operations, our DIVA transition experiences. We are we're from Kitware, we're part of the test and evaluation team for DIVA. And what I'll be talking about is our experiences taking the DIVA systems that were developed to perform well on the DIVA evaluation and working to transition them into sort of an operational environment. I'll do a very quick review of DIVA, and let's see. And it does not want to advance past this slide. There we go. And then I'll quickly go over how the DIVA evaluation framework that the teams have been programming against compares against what the operational needs of the transition of any potential transition partner might be. Not sure why it's. There we go. And then I'll go over what are the challenges and solutions that we faced adapting systems from the transition, from the evaluation framework, and the solutions we came up with sort of move them into an operational environment. This is a bizarre transition effect here. I'll talk about some of the transition pathways that we explored, some of the technologies we deployed to investigate taking the evaluation systems and putting them into an operational environment. And I'll also conclude with some of the lessons we've learned for future efforts in transitioning technology to operations. So DIVA needs DIVA needs no introduction here. It's a 4-year program for recognizing activities in public safety style or surveillance style video. It's winding up, and teams, many of whom are in the room, have been producing systems that can process multiple streams of video in real time. The video that you've been seeing, that you've been processing, is of course started with the broad data and has since been, for the past 3 or 4 years, we've been using the MEVA data to produce results that NIST has been visualizing on the leaderboard. And so the infrastructure that the teams have been implementing against is NIST CLI, their command line interface. And this is a system that is designed to take the system, it's an infrastructure designed to take the team systems and evaluate them on bulk videos, bulk sets of videos, and produce results that can be transferred to the leaderboard. And so, for example, one area where the CLI provided a lot of latitude to the performers was it was very open-ended in the way that the performers could implement their methods. There was no, for example, there was no requirement to use containerization methods such as Docker. The systems could be very open-ended in their implementation. The systems were also designed to process videos using the chunk-based systems, which allowed them to process large sets of videos, and if there was an error, they could restart and continue to process the next chunk of videos without throwing away the previous results. The system output coming from the CLI is optimized to go into the scoring system. And so all of these features are extremely appropriate for solving the DIVA mission of generating output for the leaderboard and to be assessing the systems. But these same design decisions may need to be adjusted somewhat in terms of transitioning a system to operations. And so, for example, one of the challenges is the CLI installs the system every time from scratch. And if you're in an operational environment, when you want to be evaluating a system, that might not be the right approach. And so NIST helped us develop a few-shot script where we could do a one-time installation, and then the team, and then a potential partner could evaluate the system repeatedly on new video sets without having to reinstall the system. The data sets that we've been using on DIVA since about 2019 have been the same MEVA videos that you're all intimately familiar with. However, the partners are not necessarily using DIVA video, they're not necessarily using AVIs, they're not necessarily using the same frame rates. So we developed a evaluation video test suite to test out the different containers, the different bit rates, the different codecs, just to see where the systems needed to maybe be needed to have additional flexibility developed into them to allow them to process a wider range of input video. The activities that the teams have been working on are, of course, the 37 public DIVA activities, plus whatever we're throwing into the surprise activity protocol. Excuse me. And those activities are not necessarily the same activities that a transition partner might be interested in. So we've been working with the transition partners on testing the system on novel activities that are more appropriate to their domains. And of course, we've also been working on low-level software issues such as hard-coded video paths and hard-coded software paths, model paths, fixed length data structures, and items such as that. We've been especially focusing on issues of trainability because transition partners were very interested in taking a DIVA system and adapting it to their local activity needs. And so as part of that, DIVA has been starting off with the baseline set of the known facility, where you know the facility, you see the video, you have the camera models, and you know what the activities are. And so we've extended it, as in our transition efforts, we've extended it to along the data domain by throwing in the unknown data, the unknown facility data, where you haven't seen the pictures, you don't have the camera models, and also in the activity domain by throwing in the surprise activity protocol, instances of which exist in both the known facility and unknown facility data. And so to assess the trainability and develop the trainability of the systems, we've We started by asking the performers to document their procedures for training the systems. We've taken those documentations, and at Kitware, we've stepped through that process to reproduce the systems, to retrain the systems using that documentation to verify that the documentation leads to a system that that produces the same results that we've been seeing at NIST on the leaderboard. And then we've been taking that same documentation and applying it to new data to see if the to see how the performance is. And since we might not have the same ground truth that NIST has, those assessments have been qualitative. We've been looking at transition pathways in the sense of taking the systems and seeing if they can run on an AWS instance, for example, rather than one of the canonical DIVA systems that we've talked about in the BA. And so we've been taking the base learning AMI and installing the system over top of that and verifying that it works. There are other frameworks out there besides the DIVA framework. A popular one is called OpenMPF, the Open Media Processing Framework. So as a proof of concept, we've taken a DIVA system and implemented it as a plugin into OpenMPF. And we've also been using Kitware's open source video annotation and analytics platform DIVE and using that as a possible visualization pathway and working to extend it to be an annotation platform. Now I will try to just have a question. See, this looks really good. So if you go to MEVA Data, to the MEVA Data website, and click here, there's a link that will take you to DIVE. To be honest, you can go to this, if you create an account, you can go to this web page, and you can click on any of these launch annotated buttons, and that should take you to, if I can sneak past these completely. So here's an example of DIVE visualizing the ground truth of the of some of the systems. It can also visualize system results. And so we've been investigating using DIVE as a visualization front end for DIVA outputs. So the feedback we've gotten from working with the transition partners is that we can never assume that a target system that somebody wants to install DIVA on is fresh. There may be existing software installed. There may be dependency checks that fail. We need to have a robust system for verifying that the system we're installing meshes with the system that's on site. We found there are lots of corner cases with the video formats that partners may be coming up with and working on ways to robustly identify those as they come up. Typically, when transition partners have a new activity they want to recognize, they won't have the same level of training data that we've explored, that we've expected on DIVA. And they also have potentially different use cases. For example, sometimes people are interested in only recognizing a single activity as opposed to picking one out of 37 activities, and those can have subtle nuances for determining how the system should work. And obviously not all transition partners are going to have PhDs in machine learning available on site, and the documentation and system expectations need to be adjusted to reflect this. So for future work, this is sort of the overall architecture of how we think a DIVA system would live in a partner ecosystem. The partner might already have an existing video data management system. They'll have existing data sources. The DIVA core capabilities would slot in there, work with any other existing analytics they have, and fit into a visualization and evaluation capabilities that they have. And so the things that can help with this is if the DIVA capabilities are containerized, for example, using Docker. Another aspect we're looking on is whether or not we can take the existing models and fine-tune them on partner data rather than requiring partners to annotate from scratch. Working on improving DIVE to enhance the visualization and annotation capabilities, and also working with partners to continue to develop any data sets they might have for exploring how suitable DIVA is for addressing their needs. So in conclusion, if you have a research system and you're trying to transition it into operation, that will test the assumptions that you've made of that system at every level. We would recommend focusing early on containerization and or any sort of API abstraction capabilities such as that to help system integration. In particular, developing common program input and output services such as video readers and stuff would allow teams to hit the ground running. You want to avoid sort of the canonical problem of the data cliff where you've been spending all of your time focusing on one data set and then things run off the edge when you try to transition it. And DIVA worked on this pretty hard, I think, did a good job trying to turn that into more of a data slope by introducing the unknown facility data. And it's never too early to talk with your transition partners and see what their use cases are to help you shape the future of the program so that it's more useful to anybody after the program ends. So thanks very much. And I would just like to take this time to especially thank all of the DIVA performers and the DIVA test and evaluation team for their excellent support and help as we've been working to transition their systems. Thank you very much.
Radhi, thank you for your presentation. Do you have any questions from Zoom or from participants in the room?
Are there any questions?
Okay. If we don't have any questions, I think now it's lunch time, and we will coming back 1:15 HST, 1:15 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, and 6:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. EFSA, do you have any comments?
No, let's thank the speaker. Okay, thank you, Roddy.
Thank you. Roddy, can you stop recording? And then,
so Yuyan, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. Can you stop recording, please?
Yeah, I.
Forehead, that can't be good. Oh, okay, just recording. So I subtitled this purposefully autonomous detection of some activities with some in parentheses. Goal of being realistic about how far we got, what we didn't accomplish, what we did accomplish. It's an absolutely ambitious program to look at detection of activities with the breadth of camera views and activity types that this program did. So how far did we get? Well, we got autonomous detection of some activities. So anyway, that's kind of what the goal for the talk here was to take a bit of a step back, since you're getting all the details from everybody else. See if we can't capture some lessons learned, some highlights, celebrate a little bit of the accomplishments on the program. So that's a great plan, a retrospective, but then I realized the other downfall of this is I've only been around for the last year. There's been two previous program managers who have all that insight, but lucky for us, the technical support on the program, Ruben Meth, who was one of the workshop organizers, who is hopefully enjoying his quick turn trip to Hawaii out there, has been instrumental in bringing that institutional knowledge of the program writ large, and he can jump in locally there with any traps I might fall into during this presentation. So we do, across this workshop, have full coverage of the DIVA program, but I will do my best to take a little bit of a look back and see if we can't isolate some high-level lessons learned and inform what's next. Okay, so I will do a program overview. Maybe not so necessary based on the other content that's seen, but I do think we have a couple of folks who may be unfamiliar. Talk about how far we got on the performance, and then capture those lessons learned. So overview. So DIVA program, and I realize most of the briefings, nobody has really said what it stands for, but deep intermodal video analytics. But what we're after is autonomous activity detection and security video. People have been struggling with this in the intelligence community, government customers writ large, as well as commercial sectors, of course, personal security, anything else. You know, the proliferation of video has driven significant interest in research into automating the understanding of that. DIVA really differentiated itself from previous IARPA programs like Aladdin, which looked at more of the video classification problem by trying to do this and find activity in untrimmed long duration video. This is why you get workshops titled such as this one, with long duration in the title. But that was the goal, right? Was to go from both real time, which has been an important constraint driven, and I think has driven a lot of the technical approaches on the program, but real time, somebody like my friend there, sitting in his chair, viewing, 45 close or CCTV feeds, not really having awareness of all of them, right? It's not possible to humanly digest that many feeds. Can we specify and find particular activities automatically? And forensically, when I get a dump of data in the law enforcement community, and some great examples from Alex's keynote earlier that highlighted the diversity of video that's out there being collected, which is both a motivator to discuss a program like DIVA, but also a key area in which there's lots of different types of video that we haven't solved here. But forensically, right? If you're collecting lots of video, how do you wade through it and triage to look at activities of interest first? We've gone about this in a very IARPA or DARPA flavored way, very metrics focused. With DIVA, data has been king, annotations have been king. We'll talk a little bit more about those during this briefing, but here in the middle, you see some of the videos from the MEVA dataset, which Roddy talked about earlier, and the KitWare team was instrumental in collecting. So how do I cut through all that and get to some semblance of an activity, not an object, but an activity? Cut through that video and help out our friend there, as he's now only looking at 6 feeds instead of 45. So the 37 activities that the DIVA program went after are listed here, or at least synonyms of them. The challenge from this workshop picked 20 of those, as John outlined earlier. But I think it's really important to look at all of these different activities because they're really different in terms of the video signatures that you get. The one that always drives me nuts looking at performance is person talking to person. We're not dealing with audio on this program. We're just looking at video, and the simple cues of the body language of somebody who's talking to somebody else versus just kind of being near them is so subtle. It could go on for a really long time or a really short time. It's a really interesting thing. Having then higher level activities such as abandoning a package, which means something different than dropping a package, but has a longer temporal element where you have to be confident that they didn't come back. It was actually abandoned for some amount of time based on the definitions. To then activities that are more structured, and I think perhaps we've really gotten there and started to crack. The vehicular-based stuff, vehicles reversing, closing a trunk, kind of a distinct multi-object activity, a little bit easier to pick through. So when I look at this program from the high level and all the hard work that's gone into it, I start by looking at these activities and the breadth of what we're asking autonomous systems to do, and it can be striking. So we bottle up that performance into our public leaderboards and things, I find it important to keep this in mind, the difficulty of the task that we've done. And this slide gets to that as well, both in the activity, but also in the camera views, right? We aggregate performance over cameras like you see on the left and like you see on the right, where you could have multi-person interactions happening, taking up a good chunk of the camera feed, hundreds of pixels on target, or it could be off in the horizon, you know, few pixels on target. Really different types of problems, or you need really adaptable models to learn those behaviors, and that's kind of where we've gone. But again, this was my, you know, it's easy to jump into the results. It's easy to show some of our highlight videos, but what a difficult task. Yes, we fixed the cameras for the most part, though. So that's the easy part, right? Is that we left the camera stabilization largely to other programs, but different levels of complexity in the activities across very different cameras. Really hard problem, and the, you know, there's even more diversity in real world data than this. We started out with 6 teams. Like I said, I wasn't there from the beginning. Finished up at the end of the program with 3. Those teams did a nice job partnering across the academic community, which it's always good to see. And then the test and evaluation team, both who have briefed some of their work earlier today, kitware, dealing with the data and annotations and framework. They've been working NIST and John and Yu Young and others, handling the evaluations, putting our leaderboards out there, defining those metrics. So took a large team, and of course I mentioned Reuven, who's out there with you guys, and his contributions already. It's been 4.5 years-ish, or approaching that, over 3 phases. We are coming to the end here and moving into and focusing in more on, okay, when IARPA shuts down shop on DEVA, how do we make this technology live on for some of our government partners, and a lot of work's going into that now. So how far did we get? I'll I'll go through it over the next couple of slides, how I paint this picture, but I'm going to claim that we nearly met our top level metric goal, and at least in the known facilities case. We've got real government interest in using the systems. We've spun up efforts to transition. Kipper alluded to some of those earlier. That is a huge measure of success for somewhere like IARPA. So we're really excited about these technologies being applied by government partners. Academically, at least in those of you who remembered to put the citation that we contractually demand on your papers, 174 publications at the time when we pulled the stats. That's a sizable dent, and one that you know, you're not always going to see from intelligence community research. So really proud of that, as well as 4 patents that spun out of the program. So a lot of good science was done, a lot of impactful science. And then the ecosystem, which is easy to sweep under the rug and just talk about transitions and publications and so forth, but that's what we do at IARPA. We invest in that ecosystem so that we can, you know, allow the best in the world, or at least the best that I can motivate financially to take on an IARPA project. We can build the rails for them to do good things, and we can monitor it along the way. It takes serious investment, it takes serious work, and really proud of that ecosystem that got built around. We did thousands of hours of video, a bunch of different types of cameras. We primarily used the fixed security cameras, daytime. Publicly releasing lots of that video. so that we can do challenges, things like the challenge at this workshop. Kitware always open sources their tools, at least anything I've been associated with and familiar with. And we've done that for the tools that this program was built on for visualization and annotation. Some of it's still in development. Now I see Roddy, which makes me nervous. Hopefully there's not a sound issue. Are we okay out there?
We lost the video.
But we can hear him.
We can hear you, but we can't see. Oh,
Okay,
you're back.
I think it was just.
Okay, we're back. Just in case it's been more than one slide, we were doing activities, had some pretty pictures here, the teams, timeline, and then how far did we get? I'm trying to make use of my high level time here. So lots of annotations, they've been released, lots of tools to do those annotations and visualize it. Really important to have that as a part of what we put back into the community. Another annotation construct that spun out of the program, Jeff from Vism will talk about in another keynote later this afternoon. But excited to have that come out of the program with an order of magnitude more annotations when you can successfully crowdsource it. And then the dynamic test and evaluation infrastructure that NIST put together, I think is going to live on for future programs. Hopefully, I mean, it's kind of reset the bar for my expectations for test and evaluation. So that's a major part of the ecosystem that we stood up. So on the performance side, I'm not going to belabor this, although it's different than the one that was used for the challenge, just to make things more confusing. But the metric that we've used for the life of the program has been the probability of miss, p-miss. What's the probability if there's an activity that I miss it? And then time-based false alarms, which fluctuated over the course of the program, how we treated this, which makes a huge difference. And particularly when you look at some of the challenge results, which is the instant-based false alarms earlier today. But yeah, how much? It's a time-based false alarm, and you guys can ask John for any questions that you may have. So how we do over time? We had a phase 3 goal of a p-miss of 0.25 against this data set, aggregated all over those activities again, which is a huge smash of information when you just do an average over those 37 really different activities. The best system that we had at each of these phases progressed really steadily towards our goal. Didn't quite get there. I'll talk about looking at activity-specific performance in a minute. But this is really what you want to see for a program like this, right? I mean, look at that progress over the phases. We set out again for a really hard problem where you're talking about a p-miss of 0.8. You know, you're missing 80% of the activities, and smashing that down near 30 is huge progress over time. But that's the average of the activities. One of the key takeaways for me is that there is a large variance over activity type. I blanked out the team names, but you guys know who you are. You know who you are. But different teams, different systems do better or worse against different activities, and that's a really important point when you think about how to use these technologies outside of this kind of test and evaluation or research program. Different activities, it certainly does trend, right? Certain activities are harder for everybody, but there is a good variance both over activity and over teams. So here's what I like to do when I talk about how we did against our performance metric, which was how do we do as a program, right? If for each activity, for any system that was submitted to the public leaderboards, thank you very much for those submissions. If I look at the best one, for an activity, then how did I do? So the MS Paint drawn plot there at the bottom, that kind of represents the best, you know, the plot of picking the best system for each activity. And let me move my face out of the way so I can actually see my slide. So when you think about it this way, the way it worked out was different systems were better or worse at certain activities. So if I picked the best one, I actually ended up with 5 different systems that were the best at any given activity. Some two main ones, one having 20 and one having 10. But if I look at the PMIS of that, I really start to get close to the goal we set down at 0.28. So I thought I would share this type of analysis just to think a little bit less how teams were competing against each other and more how all of those teams were contributing to the overall goal. So that's my kumbaya type of approach to it, but this will make sense. This is how we did on the research across these activities, and obviously these this information is stripped straight from John's group at NIST. So thank you for that. But yeah, again, if I look at individual activities, 17 of them were beating our phase 3 goal, and if I exclude person puts down object, person picks up object, hand interacts with person, and person abandons package, and average them together, then we would meet that goal. So all in all, pretty close to what we set out to accomplish on the known facilities case, and a lot to be celebrated for that. Particularly, again, when you look at that progress over time, where going from 80% PMIS down to yes, I'm kind of smashing together the data, but down to 27.7. Okay, so what do we learn from all of this? I learned a lot. I don't know about you guys, but so the performance factors. When I started to appreciate all that goes into the performance of these algorithms, it's a daunting task to think about. The test and evaluation team did a nice job of slicing the performance data in a number of different ways. But we made plots for activity duration, activity size, what type of class did it have a person, vehicle, person object, just a vehicle, etc. The scene type, what kind, was it an outdoor scene? Was it a gathering type of scene? Was it a corridor? Looking at performance as a factor of that. Video blur, the number of annotations publicly available, all that kind of stuff. We did it. But it really does come down to those activities being different. I think what's really interesting is that some activities, such as vehicle reverses, person rides bicycle, person purchases, both with the trunks, those ones at the top, they were some of the best performing systems for most of the teams there that were still with us at the end of the program. Right there, they all found those relatively easy. And then we all found person transfers object, person puts down object, vehicle picks up person, hand interacts with person abandons package. We all found those really hard. So there was a bunch of ways of slicing it. Easier to detect an activity if it's really long and you give yourself credit for only getting part of it. Easier to detect large activities, maybe not as much as you might, in terms of pixel size, maybe not as much as you might think, but we could do all of that. And my takeaway from it, and I would consider this a scientifically informed opinion, but still perhaps an opinion trying to boil down all this information. But all those factors make an impact, right? I could ask John, I need a plot of this as a function of this, and I need it tomorrow. We could ask the teams for that information in any number of ways, and it all made an impact. But I really come back to that point about some activities are really harder than others. They give different signatures in video. some classes are really loose, some classes are really tight. Some activities are simply harder. We did 3 leaderboards publicly. They've been mentioned kind of offhand before, but during this workshop. But the goal was to be robust, right? So that instead of just getting really good at an academic data set, we had these other challenges where the situation is not so easy. Maybe you have no data from the cameras. You don't know where they are. You don't know what they look like. We only tell you performance. How do you deal with that paradigm? That's the unknown facilities paradigm. But by forcing the teams to participate in that challenge, right? They couldn't just over specify to the known facilities. They had to build systems that could generalize. The surprise activity leaderboard, where don't give them any data from the cameras and don't give them any data from the activities. Don't even say what the activities are. Have kind of on the fly train time where from 5 to 10 examples, and we also had some text that was made available. Can you train a detector that works well with that? And then known facilities is sort of the classic, and that's the one I've been talking about performance on, and the one where we sort of drew our success measures from the program writ large. Just this difficult computer vision task of detecting these activities. So this is a spectrum, right? I mean, the known facilities case, where we give you examples from the camera, we give you examples of the data, we provide annotations, and yes, some of those were quite imbalanced in terms of the volume of annotations and also the amounts in our test set. But kind of a classic computer vision task, and we really made great progress against it over time. The unknown facilities task, much harder. It's hard to make progress if you don't quite know why you're failing. And the surprise activities, which is still way out there on the horizon, in my estimation. But what did we learn? When I think it was important that we did it in terms of the unknown facilities and kind of sequestering all of that data. But when it's sequestered like that, it's hard to know which direction to go. I sat in a lot of meetings with a lot of the folks that I assume are in, that I assume at least are out there in the room there and on the line, really wanting to know how, what tweaks do I need to make to my approach to improve performance in this? And if you can't share any data or any frames from a camera feed, it's hard to give that feedback. I think it drove to approaches that are generalizable and gives us hope of retraining them against activities of interest from some of our government partners, which is really the bottom line for us at IARPA. But man, that's a real research challenge to do something like the unknown facilities leaderboard. And then surprise activities. I would say without a doubt, this program made a leap forward in the state of the art, and that state of the art, like I said before, is still way off on the horizon. There's many low shot learning programs out there, but we talk about the complexity of these activities and only having a few examples. It remains a challenge and ripe for a follow-on program or more research. So the impact on academia. I mentioned the 174 publications. This is workshop number 8, I think. I've only been around for the last CVPR one and this one, but that was an important point that the program set out to do, was to be out there and then really public facing, and push for events like this. We did have some papers come out of the program, and the IARPA funding may have been part of the funding, but part nonetheless, talking about some really high number citation papers there. So for programs that I've been a part of, this is a huge impact on the academic side. So I think that's something to celebrate. So the lesson there, though, was keeping the barriers to entry low, right? If you want academic groups, particularly if you want ones that you're not on contract, to participate in challenges and workshops and so forth, you really have to keep the barriers to entry low. They don't have systems engineers on call like the diva type of performer may. So we made a big impact in the academic space, particularly with the teams that we funded and encouraging them to publish and trying not to make too many barriers to do that on the government side. Invite people to do these challenges that NIST is planning to continue to host some of them, and I think they'll talk a little bit about the future, some of those data. But how do we keep that barrier to entry low so we can focus on at least in the academic setting, right, on the research and minimize the systems engineering needed to play. So that was an important lesson I think that we learned on this program. Data collection, data is king on DIVA. Maybe it goes without saying, but as more high quality annotations were released against this data, teams did better, right? More data, better algorithms, more data on the testing side, better insights. Kitware team talked about this a lot already, but MEVAdata.org, thousands of hours of video. We also collected some UAV and body-worn camera data that wasn't heavily leveraged on the program, that is ripe to make impact in other programs. But critical, right, is getting good data for any kind of computer vision program. So this one I had to pick Ruben's brain a little bit for, and maybe is one level deeper. But one of the things that we ran into on this was made a decision to do scripted scenarios, right? Have people acting naturally. Don't just take a video of somebody 10,000 times putting down an object, but have people actually scripting out and acting natural. But what that leads to is, one, I think it's going to lead to systems that perform better in the real world, if you will. But two, it really unbalanced data set, right? I mean, somebody mentioned earlier that there was 400,000 examples or something of one of the classes, and then there's only a couple hundred of the abandoned package. So we had to deal with that unbalanced set. So that's a trade to really take into consideration. How do you keep things balanced so that your algorithms and your T&E insights make sense, but your data is natural. Okay, so annotations. So quite a few hours of the MEVA data is annotated. Close to 60,000 annotations total released. Somebody can fact check me on that perhaps, but rough order of magnitude at least. And then I mentioned before, the tools are open sourced and being put out there. That's an important contribution to that ecosystem that I mentioned. But what did we learn on the annotation side? Quality matters. At the beginning of this program, pre myself once again, but there were other annotating constructs from teams using Mechanical Turk, graduate students, what have you, and I think we really convinced ourselves on this program that high quality annotations were important. Again, as those T&E quality annotations were released by Kitware for the teams to use, performance got better. And maybe it's the quality, and maybe it's the fact that it kind of matches exactly the style and construct that's used in the test set, but annotation quality matters for sure. You can't cheap out. That's an important lesson for me as a program manager on the government side. But I think anybody starting up a research concept, you can't cheap out on the annotations, right? The quality really matters. So that said, and you'll hear more about this in the subsequent talk, but we did find high value in crowdsourced annotations through spin-off company Vism. Okay. It's always unnerving when the masked face shows up on the other camera there, but hopefully we're good there on video. So and I've got a few minutes left, I believe. Yeah, so a crowdsourcing tool, which you'll hear more about later, was brought out through the program, and it didn't do exactly the same style, right? So I just said quality matters, yes, but there was a domain shift in the fact that it was cell phone collected data versus the security style done by the Divatini team. But what we learned there is that scale can overcome. So quality matters, yes. But having whole lots of similar, but still high quality annotations can make an impact as well. And so that's what the crowdsourcing buys you, right? The order of magnitude type of increase, at least one order of magnitude type of increase in the volume that you can get on some of these complex human activities. So scale can overcome. I think I'm almost done here, but so NIST launched, and I know Kitware helped with some of the constructs for the RStudio, but NIST moved to a dynamic test and evaluation construct where they could filter and answer questions quickly and slice the data in many different ways. This was it's a data science problem, looking at the results of in a program like this to try to understand what's going on under the hood. So really important that we did this, and instead of just kind of this very static periodic evaluation analysis. But what do we learn? And this one's for you, John. With great T&E power comes great T&E responsibility, right? We put a lot of burden on our test and evaluation team to manage the sequestered data, to process all the algorithms that came in their pipeline, store those results. When you make these awesome dynamic and also public dashboards, the level of competition is through the roof, which is great when you're trying to spur state-of-the-art research. But when you're trying to steer a program, it can be a distraction, and it's a high bar to meet. So I think we learned that lesson. I'll let you disagree with me if you want, John, but or you, Young. But with great T&E power comes great T&E responsibility. So that was my final lesson learned on the program. So thanks again to the organizers for letting me chop it up here. And thanks to all the performer teams, the test and evaluation team, Reuven, of course. But that's kind of my gave a retrospective, and we've got a little bit more left in us as we close up shop and focus on transition. And then I don't know where this guy came from, but I brought him back for this presentation. So that's it. I can take any questions or thoughts.
All right, let's thank the speaker. All right. Any questions for Dr. Cooper? The post-lunch malaise. Renee.
Thank you very much. It was really very nice to hear, very well put together. I appreciated very much the connection between performance and difficulty of the different activities. How do you measure difficulty? And I ask that because some things could be hard for us humans to do. When it comes to algorithms, it could be that we didn't have enough training data for that, and so the performance is lower, and so the thing is harder. So how do we make that definition of hard more precise?
Could you hear the question, Jack?
No.
Okay. All right, I will do my best to repeat and paraphrase here. Renee Vidal asked about how we can measure or assess the difficulty of a particular activity type in terms of recognition. There's this entanglement between the number of training samples, perhaps some innate notion of difficulty of the problem itself, maybe the level of semantic ambiguity around the activity. That's my addition. So what are your thoughts on this, Jack?
Yeah, good question. So on the entanglement with what we put out into the world, right? If we look at performance, and some of them we had a small number of annotations provided, and some we had a large number of annotations provided, we've sort of mucked with the analysis. But we did look at that on the test and evaluation this program, and it wasn't the number of annotations that was a driver. There's a lot of nuance in that statement, because but step one is controlling for that in the evaluation, right, and how you do things. One, either in making sure you have balanced data sets to begin with, or really, focusing on how to normalize that out and bookkeep it. In terms of how to, right, so if you fix that, and then you can kind of look at performance, and in a program like this, I go back to, we tried to find, we funded the best people who were in the world who were eligible to work on an IARPA program, and they did as well as they did, and the ones that they didn't do well on were kind of common. That's a good measure, this sort of empirical notion. But how at the start of a program, or the start of, son of Diva or Diva 2.0, one could quantify that complexity and that difficulty? I don't know. That's a great question. Maybe there's, measures of mobility, and I'm not sure. I'll leave that question for the group to answer. I don't have a good one there. But it would be, great to have metrics in that space to feed some of this analysis, to make sure that the activities you select, and when you do them on a program like this, you select them at the beginning and then invest a whole bunch of money in collecting the data. And it's really hard to change those activities later because of that investment, because of that kind of momentum logistically. How do you select a good mix, other than saying this seems like a good mix, is an important question. And that's a long answer to not answer your question, but that was my thoughts on the matter, at least.
If I could,
Go for it.
Here, an editorial interjection. I was there at the beginning of this program, helping Terry Adams form it up from the start. I think even before Ruben's day, and we considered this question. And the original formulation of the program, we had essentially two levels of difficulty anticipated in the activities that were defined. One was atomic level, which is called simple activities, and the other was complex activities. And in the activity recognition world representation, there's no answer to this question. There's no way that I've ever seen that can formalize or theoretically define in a very general sense what differentiates the difficulty or complexity of one activity versus another. We can make reductions and come up with answers to this, but in the end, we had this categorization of simple versus complex, where activities were composed of simple ones. So we have relatively simple things like someone sitting down or standing up, or a space-time descriptor might be adequate. And then we had more complicated ones like a theft or abandoning a package, where reasoning was required. Right? By the definition of it, a theft is where there's a transfer of possession of an object from one person who possessed it to someone else, who now possessed it without the first person's knowledge or intention of transferring it. Well, there's a ton of reasoning behind theft, right? It's one of our activities, but that you can't solve theft with a C3D, right? But you can solve sitting down with a simple space-time descriptor. So that was the general notion we had. In the end, the program really punted on those second ones, right? So we had a list of those. There was an intention to address those compositional or complex activities on the program in later phases, but we just didn't get there. There was much more focus on improving accuracy of the simpler, more atomic activities. That was a very intentional and considered choice that was made by Jeff Alstott, the PM prior to Jack, to try to get those performance numbers up on those activities before moving on to the more complex ones. And as a result, we haven't really focused on that. abandoning package and theft. So that's the next program that I think, Jack, you're just about to issue BAA for that follow-on program. Is that right?
That is not true, and don't be spreading rumors.
Can we make that true, Jack?
Somebody can. I'll give a brief plug that IARPA is always looking for program managers with big ideas. So if anybody in the audience is actually interested, you can send me a note, jack.cooper@iarpa.gov. Part of my job is recruiting the next program, even if I don't personally pitch it there, Anthony.
I think we had another question. Yes. Question was about tools used for annotating data. You want to take that, Jack?
Was it just what are the tools used?
Yes, I think so.
Or
yeah, what tools were used?
Yeah, so this was something that Kitware put together, and again, Anthony, you can jump in. I don't know if it was the annotation tool itself custom started from Diva, or it also built off some of the undersea work like the Viami did. Yeah, you can go ahead and give the details.
It was a mix. Mostly it was funded by Diva, but there was some funding from other programs from NOAA and some defense contracts.
But is it so I mentioned that we're open sourcing these tools. Is the annotation software itself available for public download at this point?
Yes, we call it DIVE, D-I-V-E, and it's available at Viami. Let's see, viamitoolkit.org. Also, just go to the Kitware website. It's easy to find under Viami, V-I-E-M-E, which is the video and analytics for the marine environment toolkit. It is fully open source with a permissive license. We encourage contributions to it. I think at this point, only Kitware has actually contributed software. Lots of other folks in the program have contributed suggestions for feature improvements and so on. But we'd love to have an open source community building on this tool. The reason we wrote a tool was because within a web browser formulation, there really wasn't a good open source baseline for an annotation tool that used modern software practices and languages and so on. And so we built this tool in-house at Kitware. We'd already had a number of tools we've kind of put together for this coming into the program. And now it's a pretty robust tool for building space-time tracks. So you can use it for building track ground truth and then activities on top of those tracks. There's a lot of, it handles any number of different activities, allows you to compare ground truth and computed detections in the same user interface and so on. So it's more than an annotation tool, it's also an analysis tool. But we hope that it will live beyond the program. But as mentioned, it is permissive. The open source license is pretty much a don't sue me license. So you can use it however you want, for commercial, for gain, whatever.
I don't want to cut you off from my talk, Anthony, but
okay.
Are we out of time, I think?
I think we're out of time.
We do have one more question if we have time.
I guess you're in organizing, so go for it.
Great presentation and great program. Based on the current activities, how hard it is to add more activities? Like, I mean, is that very rigid in terms of, because I'm assuming that, as we discussed like in the previous question, that you might need to compose some of these events into more. So how, based on the learning from the program, is it getting easier to add more events or not?
The question was, how hard is it to add new activity types? And has the process of adding new ones become easier or more mature as the program has progressed?
Yeah, important question. That, I think was one of the goals with the surprise activity construct would be, okay, I've got a system, and yeah, I'll be brief, John. I've got a system. Can I just send it a few more and retrain it and be ready to go? That was the goal. Doing that in kind of a closed loop with a single annotation tool in it, and all of that. That was the goal. But the volume of annotations that were needed and the performance we were getting, we really ended up focusing on just retraining, right? New activities, you're going to have to go through an annotation process and a retraining process and bite the bullet. But the government need is 100% there from the ease of that. I think we made some progress algorithmically in surprise activities in some of those low shot type of algorithms. I think we made a little bit of progress on the architecture side on how to do that. But we did end up focusing on just retraining the whole thing with new activities and going from there. And that's how we're engaging with our government partners. Okay, thanks.
In our interactions with the transition partners who are engaged, they immediately want this. So they, as anticipated, they have their own video, their own quirks and characteristics in that video, and they have their own activities that they want in that video. So they want that flexibility, completely black box, to be able to retrain or have the system understand in whatever way their own activities operating on their own video. And it was never intended that these 37 activities that Diva picked out would be the list and that everybody would just be happy with this. It was always expected at the beginning of the program, these were exemplar activities, not the real activities, and other people would probably want their own, and that's certainly true. And so that's been one of our goals in the transition part, is to make the systems robust with respect to that. It's not been easy because that wasn't part of the evaluation, but it is, I would call it a standard transition problem, right, where we're trying to generalize this. But I think the evaluation of surprise activities and retraining on our side did really help us along that path, especially in the last 6 months. And performers have been really cooperative and helpful with that.
Yeah, so I guess I disagree with you on that one. I think surprise activities are a different task. I think that to really answer the question, what we found in the testing that Barry did is that these systems can be retrained on similar activities, new activities, on similar data, and get surprisingly similar results compared to the broad distribution of activities. So I don't think, I think in some sense you could say that they're retrainable from scratch on new activities, but it takes a lot of effort to do that. It's the bottom line.
Okay, we should move on. Let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you all.
Thanks a lot, Jack. If you can relinquish the screen, unless you want to keep presenting of the afternoon. Okay, we have now a series of 3 talks in the activity detection recognition session. Officially, please come up and plug this in. Use the C or you can use the A.
Yeah, just use this one. This is the audio. Yeah, maybe I can handle this, but we need to mute this one otherwise.
We need to mute this one.
Yeah.
Okay, we can see your screen, but we cannot hear from you. Could you?
Sorry.
Okay, perfect. I can hear you now. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's actually best if you
I just mute this one, so this should be working.
and then plug. Did you plug the microphone?
Yeah, I have already plugged the microphone.
Just ask if they can hear you. Ask if they can hear you.
Yeah, interesting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. Yeah, so this is a combination work of my colleagues here, Gulan Tuan, Li Junyu, Wen Helu, and my advisor, Alessandra Hoffman. So before the start, let's first briefly go back to the history of action recognition, or we will say video understanding. So at the start, video understanding is recognized as an extension work of image understanding. But one of the key differences here between video and image understanding lies in how do we model the temporal information. So the earliest works will still use 2D scenes. Actually, it's just an image backbone structure. They will use them frame by frame, but they need extra motion information like optical flow or attributive. But the problem here is motion information doesn't equals to temporal information because motion only represents a change within a very short temporal window. And the extraction of some information like optical flow is quite time consuming. It will limit its usage in real world applications. The later explorations will use 3D scenes, but it's much more powerful and can model spatial temporal information simultaneously. However, they contain too many parameters and make the models very easily overfit. The most recent works will try to factorize 3D into a 2D spatial convolution in the temporal modeling operation. For example, RD plus 1D will use 1D convolution and TSM will use temporal shift. Actually, we got lots of inspiration from what TSM did. So TSM, they will shift values on the temporal dimension, but the shift values are manually designed and pixel agnostic. Also, current CM backbones will stack just convolution layers, but each layer has very limited temporal receptive field. So this is the main two drawbacks we find in, let's say, how did we solve these challenges or problems? Firstly, what is temporal relocation model? Here you can see for better visualization, we just mix the H and W, the spatial resolution, to show the 3D matrix in a, the 4D matrix in a 3D way. And we just follow what TSM did. We will only make operations on part of the channels to preserve the spatial integrity. And we will use 2D convolution to learn the relocation values. It will be the exact same size of the operated feature matrix. And you can see here, the relocated features are learned pixel-wisely and adaptively according to the input videos. And each channel will be relocated on the temporal dimension according to the learned relocated values. And finally, the two part of channels will be concatenated and output to the later models. It's fine. Let's go a little bit deeper. So let's firstly start from 3D CN and 2D CN. Similarly, we show the original feature maps here, and each color represents the features from a specific temporal dimension. For example, the blue plane just represents features from T0 and yellow is T1. So what 2D convolution did is they just do a convolution on the spatial dimension. So for example, the blue plane here can never get any information from the yellow plane or orange plane. That's why it requires extra motion information. And what 3D CN did is it will convert on both spatial and temporal dimension. So that's why it can model spatial and temporal information simultaneously. Then what the TSM did is like it will shift the features on temporal dimension one frame forward or one frame backward. Then if we do the 2D CN on the blue plane, now you can see in the blue plane, there are information from yellow plane, and in yellow plane, there are information from orange plane. So for this way, 2D CN can also get temporal information here. But the problem is the shift value is fixed or hand-made. So it's not the optimal solution for different videos. And another thing is the shift operation is made on all channels and all pixels. So all pixels in this channel is shifted one frame forward or one frame backward. But actually we know in the video, some region requires larger temporal receptive field and some regions is like background. It doesn't require that large temporal receptive field. So what temporal relocate did is we'll learn a relocate matrix. Here, this is the size, which is exactly the same as the operated channels. And each one, for example, here you can find relocation values 3, 2, 1, 0, 0, and 2. And according to the learned values, you can find the features that relocated on the temporal dimension. So now in the blue plane, you the later 2D scenes doesn't only have like blue features, it also have orange, yellow, and green. And also, for example, for the two blue cubes on the right side, because this part of the model thinks it doesn't need a larger temporal receptive field, maybe it's a background region, so it assigns a 0 relocation value to these regions. So we will use local information, contextual information to predict how much temporal receptive field a certain region needs. So we did an ablation study to learn what kind of contextual information is more valuable for the relocation learning. We tried TTIM, it only used temporal contextual information, and STIM used both spatial and temporal information. And CTIM use use both temporal and channel contextual information. According to the results here, we can find CTIM outperforms the others and gains the best performance on Kinatet 400 dataset. The right graph shows how did we insert our TIM into a feature structure backbone. It's very easy. We just insert one module in each residual bottleneck. This is our performance on Kinatet, and we can find our model achieves a comparable state-of-the-art performance with very much less input frames or input clips. And this is accuracy, and here, yeah. We also try our model on SSV2 and HMDB51. We can find it achieve comparable sort of results on both datasets. So up to now, we want to know, did our model really learn the temporal related regions? How do we know that? We try visualization of the temporal rotation metrics we learn. For example, here is somebody drinking a shot, and we can find the background, the counter, and the waiter here, they are all background information. But the man who is drinking, his hand, the glass, his moving arms are all temporal related regions. And we can find our model correctly recognize these regions and assign them a larger temporal receptive field. So the model can see the start and end of the whole procedure when it tries to recognize what kind of action it is. Here are some more visualization results. And we can find our model is not learn some kind of optical flow. For example, you can see the fry X. If it's optical flow, both the pen and the ad have motions. But in our model really only focused on the ad regions. And it's not like that confused by the pen or the background regions. Also, the folding napkins. Actually, the 10 actions are not especially selected. This is the top 10 actions that TIM significantly outperform the spatial agnostic one, because at the start of our introduction, we said one of the drawbacks of TSM and all other methods is like they didn't solve the temporal modeling spatial well. So we add a spatial pooling layer on TIM, and all the spatial pixels will be relocated with the same value. So this way, we created a spatial agnostic TIM. And here you can find the spatial TIM significantly outperforms the spatial agnostic one. And the top 10 actions that spatial TIM performs these actions here, all of them have very significant spatially relevant and spatial relative regions. The other thing is, did our model really have a better long-term temporal modeling capacity? So this way, we tried two different sampling strategies. For sparse sampling, you can find we will directly sampling from the whole video clip. So the temporal field of the clip is equal to the length of the video. For dense sampling, the video will firstly be split into several segments. And in each segment, the temporal receptive field will be much smaller. Actually, that's a very common trick. All methods will use for kinetics or something V2. And so this way we can find both TSM and TA has a very significant drawback when transferred from dense sampling to sparse sampling, because the temporal receptive field will be much smaller and the model will be easier to learn the features. But for TIM, we can find the job is not that significant. It's like only 1 point job. But for the other models, it's close to 3 points drop here. Yeah, this is our conclusion. Propose a new perspective of modeling and a new kind of temporal rotation operation. It enables 2D scenes model spatial temporal information with a global temporal receptive field and enhance the long-term temporal modeling capacity. Our model achieves sort of performance on multiple benchmarks, and we use visualization to demonstrate our model really learned the temporal related fields and have better long-term temporal modeling capacity. Yeah, and that's it. Thanks for watching. Any questions?
So the long-term part in particular, so when you have a long video, like MEVA style videos, how well do you expect this to work? Or would you consider this to be really just after you're done the proposal stage and you're just working within a relatively short space time?
Yeah, of course, if we use this, yes, sorry. Of course, if we want to demonstrate this in the action detector models, we will use larger temporal receptive, large proposals. And for example, if we want to show this, we will directly compare like with the larger temporal proposals and just try different models and see the performance graph here to show the priority of our model.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks. Speaker, please.
John, next speaker, we should run video.
If you could just introduce her and if you, I can send here, okay, now.
Okay.
I think, Anthony, if you just introduce that, and I think Julian will be able to play the video.
Okay, all right. The next talk is win-fail action recognition by Paritosh Parmar and Brendan Morris from the University of Nevada at Las Vegas. You can see your screen. We cannot hear you if you're speaking.
Hi everyone, my name is Paritosh Parmar and today I'll be presenting our work titled Win-Fail Action Recognition. Our work is on the topic of video understanding, which currently uses action recognition as a benchmark task. Action recognition can be viewed as a two-step process in which we first extract the spatiotemporal signature from the video volume and then determine the probability of action classes based on that. However, we observe a shortcoming of using action recognition as a video understanding benchmark. We noted that the current action recognition datasets, although have a large number of action classes, the intra-class variance is very low. Here we have shown samples from two randomly chosen classes, basketball and tennis swing. As we can see, all the samples from each action class contain identical spatiotemporal signatures. For example, in basketball, people hold the ball in their hands and then try to throw it into the basket. So we pose the following question: is the action recognition more of a pattern recognition problem? And does action recognition in its current state actually require models to understand videos comprehensively? We believe that the answer is no, and that the models are limiting themselves to just pattern recognition. So towards that end, we propose to repurpose the task of action recognition from differentiating among action classes to differentiating between concepts of winning and failing. where winning can be defined as completing the task successfully, while failing can be defined as not being able to complete the task. Here we have compared typical action recognition against our win-fail action recognition. As you can see that the action class signatures look very similar in case of typical action recognition, but the action class signatures look very different in our win-fail action recognition dataset. For example, winning looks very different in all the 4 examples here, and so does the failing. Therefore, we believe that action recognition tasks on existing datasets can be solved by merely recognizing the patterns. While on our dataset, the task cannot be solved by recognizing patterns. It requires more comprehensive understanding by piecing together contextual and human movement cues as the video progresses. To facilitate our task, we curated a new dataset. This dataset contains 817 pairs of wins and their corresponding fails. Quite popular on YouTube. So for our second domain, we considered this kind of videos. People play a lot of games during parties or get-togethers. So for our third domain, we curated samples from such games. In wins column, the players are able to complete the task, while in fails column, they are not. For our last domain, we chose trick shots. This involves competitive activities like flipping the bottles. We also made sure to exclude samples or their parts that would allow our models to take shortcuts. For example, we made sure not to include any part of videos where people are showing positive or negative emotions, as that may give away the class category. We also retained only the samples where winning or failing was a consequence of the person under consideration and not of other external people. For our win-fail action recognition task, we consider 2 types of models. First one is individual sample assessment, which is same as typical action recognition models. The second one is a pairwise comparative approach. Now we will move on to the experiments. Through experiments, we wanted to analyze the characteristics of our task and dataset and wanted to determine their suitability to serve as a benchmark for video understanding. In our experiments, we kept the CNN backbone frozen and only learned the temporal model. To begin with, we considered a 2D CNN as the backbone. Currently, averaging of frame level or clip level features works best on many action recognition datasets, which suggests that dataset doesn't require true temporal modeling. In this experiment, we compared averaging versus LSTM and found that LSTM worked better than averaging, which suggests that our task and dataset requires true temporal modeling, which is a desired quality in a video understanding benchmark. In this experiment, we compared our individual assessment approach against pairwise comparative approach and found that comparative approach performed significantly better. In many action recognition data sets, action class can be determined from just a single frame, which may be undesirable from the perspective of video understanding. In this experiment, we wanted to see if useful information was present in intermediate frames in our dataset. Therefore, we sampled different number of frames from entire sequences. We compared the number of frames required against a popular action recognition dataset, UCF 101. We found that while UCF 101 requires only 4 frames, our WinFail action recognition dataset requires 16 frames. Interestingly, we also found that 2D CNN features fared better than 3D CNN features on our dataset. We also tried training 2D CNN backbone jointly with the temporal model and found that end-to-end training worked better, suggesting that in addition to the temporal modeling, spatial modeling is also demanded by our dataset. In this experiment, we temporally shuffled only a part of the sequence while keeping the rest intact. We observed that while the impact was maximum when the entire sequence was shuffled, shuffling even subsequences adversely affected the performance, which indicated the importance of temporal order not only in the entire sequence, but also in subsequences. In this experiment, we tested to see if we can predict wins or fails from looking at partial sequences, and found that in order to make reliable decisions, our models had to look at the entire sequences. Lastly, we tried to transfer our model to unseen domains like fall detection, baby wins and fails, and animal wins and fails. For this, we used video retrieval setting and cosine distance as the similarity metric. We compared the performance of our models against models trained using UCF 101 action dataset and found that our model outperformed across all the domains. To conclude, we first discussed the problems with using action recognition in its current state as a benchmark for video understanding. We then introduced our WinFail task and dataset. And lastly, we showed their suitability to serve as a benchmark for video understanding. Thank you very much, and please feel free to ask any questions you may have.
Have the authors online to answer questions? Last chance for the authors.
Oh yeah, I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Since you're there, let's give a round of applause for the speaker. Okay, any questions for our presenter? I have one question. There's a data set out there called OOPS by a team at Columbia led by Carl Vondrick. I was wondering how your data set compares to OOPS, which is also looking at unintentional action and failure cases versus successful ones.
The first difference is that they only contain the failures, while we have paired instances of wins and fails. Secondly, as we showed, like we exclude any signs of emotions, while they don't. So, for example, speed prediction, video models trained using unsupervised task of speed prediction could be used to predict fails in their case, but that can't be used in our case.
Okay.
Because during fails, the speed of the video kind of increases. So that kind of gives out that impression that a failure is going to occur.
Do you believe your methods would work on their data set directly or with a bit of modification?
I would assume that it would work, but I haven't tried, so I can't guarantee that.
Okay, well, there seems to be growing interest in this notion of task completeness, skill evaluation, that sort of thing. So it seems like a good research direction.
Yes.
Any other questions? Yes, we have one.
Yeah, any comment on the 2D CNN versus the 3D CNN? That was stated that it's 2D is better, but any insights about why for that test?
Question is, any insights on why a 2D CNN is better than a 3D CNN for this task?
Yes, so we have discussed that in detail in our paper, but mostly what's happening in 3D CNN is 3D CNNs kind of have been trained on videos where the objects are of bigger size. But in our case, the data set also depends, and the decision also depends on objects which are of very smaller size. So when we kind of pool, we kind of lose those objects, and CNNs might not, the 3D CNNs might not be able to keep track of those objects.
Okay, thank you. Let's thank the speaker once again.
Thank you.
Appreciate you dialing in remotely. The next presentation, I assume, is in person because Renee is here. It is actor-centered tubelets for real-time activity detection and extended videos by Efrosini Muvrati, Tashas Bindal, and Renee Vidal from Johns Hopkins. Is it a remote presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. But Renee is here in person, so he can lip sync the video.
Okay, can everyone hear me and see my screen?
Yep, you're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, great. So hello, everyone. I am F. Mabridi and I'm a PhD student at Johns Hopkins University. And in this talk, I will be presenting our work introducing actor-centric tubelets for real-time activity detection in extended videos. This is joint work with Prashast Bindal and our advisor, Professor Renee Vidal. So the problem we are trying to solve is to temporarily detect activities of humans and vehicles in long untrimmed surveillance videos. As you can see, these extended videos typically contain multiple actors performing multiple activities in different regions of indoor or outdoor scenes. These type of videos are particularly challenging to understand because of the large variation in the duration and scale of activities. For example, activities can be very short, such as closing a vehicle door, or very long, such as riding a bike. Also, they can happen in the foreground or the background. There is also a large variation in the type of activities, which can involve one actor, multiple actors, or actor-object interactions. Furthermore, typically these videos contain a very large number of actors and activities. All these unique characteristics of extended videos cause current state-of-the-art global CNN models for activity detection, such as the RC3D, to fail in detecting activities in them. This is the reason why existing work in activity detection in extended videos first narrows down the visual search space by identifying video subvolumes that are likely to contain activities. Early works were either assuming known localization or were leveraging object detection and background subtraction for localization. Then they were recognizing activities by modeling actor-object interactions. However, they were limited to a single type of activities, such as person-vehicle interactions, and they were using handcrafted bag of visual word features. Recent works, on the other hand, use deep neural networks to identify subvolumes in the form of cuboids or action tubes, and then they classify activities in them using powerful CNNs. However, these approaches do not model the long-term history of an actor's activities, and also they don't model actor-object interactions. Instead, we propose a modular system for real-time activity detection, which captures long-range spatiotemporal context via actor-centric tubelets, and also exploits rich visual actor-object interactions via graph neural networks. So here is a more detailed overview of our proposed framework for complex activity detection in extended videos. Starting from an extended videos, we first extract actor-centric tubelets of interest. These are tubelets of varied length, each one of which is associated with a tracklet of a primary actor and ideally captures all visual context that is relevant for recognizing the activities of that actor. We then feed each one of these tubelets to our activity detection module that has to recognize the activities of the primary actor of the tublet in its time step. Our activity detection module is designed to capture actor-object interactions and temporal dynamics. The action detections per tublet are then aggregated to obtain activity detections for the original extended video. Starting from the actor-centric tubelets of interest, in order to extract them, we start from detecting actors, people, and vehicles using an off-the-shelf object detector that is trained on an external image dataset. In particular, we process frames with a faster CNN trained on MS COCO. Then these actor detections are tracked using the SORT tracker, which is an off-the-shelf intersection over union-based tracker, and that helps adding temporal context and also filling missed actor detections. However, as you can see, some of the resulting tracks might correspond to non-interesting actors, such as stationary vehicles, and they don't have rich spatial context. This is why we also find actor-centric regions of interest. These regions of interest correspond to different types of activities, such as person-vehicle interactions, and each one of them is associated with a single primary actor. They are obtained by leveraging domain knowledge that is summarized in simple handcrafted rules that are based on normalized distance and motion thresholds. This step helps us filter out regions that are not likely to contain activities, such as static vehicles with non-adjacent people, and also to enlarge the bounding box of actors so as to have relevant visual context. Given these regions, we then compute the union box of all frame regions of interest associated with a primary actor. And then for that primary actor, we link those union boxes based on the actor tracks. This yields our tubelets after some post-processing to ensure smoothness and a constant height and width. So now, given the extracted tubelets, our goal is to recognize the activities performed by the primary actor of the tublet over time. So that means that we need to predict multiple action labels for each frame of the tubelets associated with the primary actor. A straightforward way to do this is to extract local features from the primary actor and use them to feed them to classifiers to predict the activities. However, this ignores spatiotemporal interactions. We model such interactions in this work with a visual spatiotemporal graph and perform representation learning on that graph in order to obtain context-aware action features. To motivate why visual relationships are powerful and to illustrate the visual graph we're using, let's look into an example. We can see that it's very hard to tell what this actor is doing in this frame if we only look at the local actor feature. However, if we use the information about the surrounding objects and their positions, then we can recognize the activity transport heavy carrying. Also, if we look into the change of the pose of that actor from the previous time step, it can help us recognize the activity unloading. All these types of interactions can be encoded in the visual spatiotemporal graph, which has directed edges, nodes of different types, edges of different types, node attributes corresponding to local features, and edge attributes. So given this detection-based visual graph, we apply a graph neural network to obtain context-aware actor features. Graph neural networks are deep neural networks that can operate directly on graphs and yield graph structure-aware node embeddings by learning how to iteratively aggregate features from neighboring nodes. In particular, we chose to use the STM-PNN, which is a recently published graph neural network that can operate on spatiotemporal heterogeneous graphs. So it supports a different node and edge types. It learns edge type conditioned attention mechanism, and it also utilizes edge features. So here is how we utilize the STM-PNN for processing our tubelets. We start with our flow tubelet and divide it into non-overlapping 2-second chunks that we pass through a 3D convolutional network, a pre-trained 3D convolutional network. And then we pull features within the actor and object regions to build the visual graph. Then this visual graph is fed to the STM-PNN that yields context-aware actor embeddings. These actor embeddings are fed to action classifiers, which output activity scores for each activity in each chunk of the tubelet. We train jointly the action classifiers and the STM-PNN using a weighted binary cross-entropy loss to tackle the class imbalance. The final post-processing step of our pipeline converts the time series of action scores for each activity to a set of activity detections with start, end times, and confidence scores. To do this, we can find the local maxima and extend them dynamically in time based on a relative score threshold. Or in the case that we are okay with multiple sort detections of a single activity instance, we can also output fixed duration activity detections by extending, let's say, each detection by one chunk to the left and one to the right. So for our experiments, we train only the STM-PNN and action classifiers using actor level annotations by Kitware on 784 videos from the MEVA dataset. We then evaluate at the trained model on an internal MEVA validation set, and also the external sequestered dataset leaderboard of the ActEV 21 challenge. Our system exploits parallel processing to analyze videos in 0.97 real time and results in around 48% and a UDC at 0.2 TFA. So on the one hand, our system lags behind most other systems submitted on the leaderboard, which potentially utilize additional training data or perform end-to-end training or use model ensembles. And as a reminder, these metrics have to do with the probability of missing a detection, so a lower metric indicates a better performance. However, if we look at the performance for each activity class, we see that our system performs competitively with other systems for most activity classes, being significantly worse only for classes that we used very few training examples, such as person abandons package and person interacts with laptop. Ablation studies also show that our context-aware actor features outperform local features fed to an MLP in terms of activity detection performance. And also post-processing is a very crucial step. And we found that using a fixed duration activity detection improves the PMIS at 0.02 TFA by 10%. Qualitative results on our internal MEVA validation set so that our model is able to detect activities on an actor, to localize activities on an actor level in both outdoor and indoor scenes. Usually false positives tend to have smaller scores. And in this example, we see detections for the activity person enters through structure. In this example, we see detections for the activity person opens vehicle door. Our system is also able to detect activities both in the background as well as in the foreground. However, occlusions and crowded scenes can cause missed actor detections and therefore missed activities. And for example, if we consider a ground truth activity to be correctly retrieved, if a tubelet's primary actor sufficiently overlaps with the ground truth actor for at least 30 consecutive frames, our model is able to retrieve an average of 68% of the ground truth activities per video. To summarize, we presented a structured model for activity detection in extended videos, which models interactions among actors and objects. It can localize activities on a primary actor level. It can process videos in real time and can be trained very efficiently by only training a graph neural network with action classifiers. On the other hand, the current system has a few limitations. One of them is that it was not trained end-to-end on the MEVA dataset, and also that computational time scales with the number of actor tracklets. So crowds lead to a longer computational time, and also they might cause failures in object detection and tracking. Thank you. I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions from the crew? Any questions from those online? Okay, I do have one question. If you could go back a couple slides, I liked your analysis of the accuracy with respect to the overlap of the tubelet to the ground truth. That one right there. Yeah.
Yes.
Because there is in any of these methods a very strong dependence on the tubelets or proposals, whatever one might call them. And when they fail to track through the duration of an activity, or the track is erroneous in some other ways, such as carrying multiple people or switching in between, then the downstream process can be considerably broken. So did you, this is a good way to do it. Did you consider looking at tracking accuracy directly and seeing whether that's correlated in tracking metrics with accuracy here on action recognition?
Yes, so that's a great point. We didn't evaluate the tracking accuracy, and for the particular metrics that are used, tracking accuracy is not that important. So even if you switch an ID, if for the new tracklet you detect correctly the activity, the metrics won't be affected. That's why we didn't look into the tracking metrics as a way of evaluating the tubelet recall. But it definitely is important in terms of the long-term temporal context that can be used for detecting activities. So it affects the recognition, but in terms of recall, it's not that important for the metrics that are used.
The one reason I would suggest this is because tracking accuracy, of course, is well known and understood. And being able to relate tracking accuracy back to activity detection accuracy could be
yes. So it would definitely relate to the activity recognition accuracy and the long-term temporal context. Yes.
And a corollary question is whether you generalized this a bit to what Renee was getting at earlier about difficulty of activity. So one of the ways that difficulty manifests is in essentially this is tracking accuracy, but that's really caused by the factors you mentioned, the number of people that are close together in the scene, the size of the individual, the visibility of the activity by your occlusions, but also the object self-occlusions, things like that. So have you thought about it? Have you done anything looking at that generalized method of complexity based on these sorts of measures?
Yeah, this is a great question. And so these metrics are action class agnostic. So it's in general about the recall of different activities. Now talking about how hard it is to detect activities and how this relates to the tubelets, I think the scene is more important. So we had issues with doors and areas with poor contrast or very crowded areas like the school basketball court. So I think it's more related to the scene and the crowd rather than the type of activity. Although, of course, closing vehicle doors and these type of activities that might be very occluded could be affected by that. But yes, so these metrics that we evaluated are action class agnostic, and we only have we only compare in terms of the activity class in terms of the final performance of our system.
Okay, thank you. Let's thank our speaker again. We're out of time. We'll cut into a break time a bit. We're a few minutes behind. We're supposed to reconvene at 5 after, but can we reconvene at 10 after? Okay, so reconvene at 15:10. Thank you.
Let me pause the recording.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the last session of today's workshop, Activity Recognition and Video Analytics. My name is Ruben Meth, one of the co-organizers of the workshop, and we will start with 3 presentations followed by our final keynote talk. The next presentation is Spotter. Sign pose-based transformer for world-level sign language recognition. The authors are Maciej Wojciech and Marek Bruce from University of West Bohemia. Maciej.
Did you click on the record?
Yeah, it's on.
Yes, it's already recording.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. Let's get it started. Thank you so much, and hello everyone. Welcome back from the break. I'll be giving this presentation on our paper, Sign Pose-Based Transformer for Word-Level Sign Language Recognition, or Spotter, as our model is called for short. My name is Maciej Wojciech. I'm a high school student, but I'm also collaborating on research with the University of West Bohemia, and this is a joint work with Dr. Marek Bruce, who is my supervisor at the University of West Bohemia. So let me kick things off with a brief overview of what we'll cover today. I'll first go over some of the related work in this task, and also summarize the contributions. I'll then describe our pre-processing, augmentation, and normalization techniques, as well as the architecture itself in detail. And lastly, we'll take a look at the experiments and results, and also at the ablation and performance study that we conducted. Let's get started with the introduction and task statement definition itself. So the isolated sign language recognition, or ISLR for short, stands for the task of classifying a recording or a video into a closed set of known lemmas or terms within a sign language. Within literature, there are currently 2 main approaches or streams of approaches. One is appearance-based, and the other one is pose-based, and these differ in the form that the videos are actually, the input data is represented. Even though this seems like a very niche and specific action classification topic, there are some multiple outcomes of our work that are actually generalizable to the whole action recognition and detection task as a whole. And we also present some generalizable techniques for synthetic data generation or augmentation and more, and I'll cover those in the following slides. Here you can see a table of some of the most prominent data sets for sign language recognition to also grasp how many instances we're dealing with. The biggest ones have about 2,000 classes and 20,000 instances. So in this work, we focus on these 2 data sets and evaluate our approach. And then, as you can see from some of the examples, you can see some of the examples up on the screen. So the first one is WLASL for the American Sign Language, and the other one is LSA64 for the Argentinian Sign Language. They differ quite a lot. So in the first one, as you can see, the videos are collected or scraped from multiple online resources, primarily for learning purposes, and therefore the videos differ largely in their attributes, in the signers, their backgrounds, etc. Whereas in the second one, in the LSA64, all of the videos were actually collected by the authors or a dedicated group, so they are much more uniform and have uniform backgrounds and signers, etc. Okay, let's now dive into the first mainstream of the approaches within the literature, which are appearance-based methods. So most of them actually utilize just plain convolutional neural networks to extract per frame features, which are later fed into recurrent models, be it LSTMs, bidirectional LSTMs, or transformers to predict the actual class. I don't know if you can see it that well on the screen, but in the first figure on the left, this is the case where for each frame in the sequence, the representations are generated with a CNN, and then spatial encoding is added, and all of this later fed into the transformer model. The second sub-approach here would be three-dimensional CNNs, which are used to learn spatiotemporal features to predict the classes right away. You can see an example of this in the architecture outline in figure 2, where the plain 3D CNN can be seen in point B. And actually in this work, we are comparing our approach to the baseline I3D model, which you can see in point E in figure 2. And the difference here to the standard 3D CNN would be an additional obstacle flow. The second mainstream within the literature are pose-based methods. So here, instead of some visual or appearance data, the input is per image estimation of the pose of the signer in the video. These are usually represented as a set of 2 or 3-dimensional joint locations and optionally face and hand landmarks. And later, all of this is fed into a recurrent neural network or graph CNN to recognize the sign. You can see an example of some of the architectures in the outline on figure 3 in the left. And in the figure 4, you can actually see an example of the data that we use in the model. So what actually goes into Spotter. This is these are the body embeddings and also the hand landmarks, and I'll dive into that later shortly. And so let me now just quickly summarize the contributions that we will make and that I'll describe in more detail in the following slides. So we firstly propose a pose-based isolated sign language recognition method, which utilizes the transformer model for recognition. We constitute overall state-of-the-art on the LSA64 dataset, and on the WLASL 100 and 300 dataset split, we report state-of-the results in terms of the pose-based architecture approaches. We also present a novel normalization scheme for sign language recognition, and also present a novel augmentation called sequential joint rotation for the body pose. And in the end, we also conduct an analysis of the pose-based versus appearance-based methods on this task. So let's take a look at our method and pipeline in detail. The first task in the pipeline is some pre-processing. So we extract 54 body landmarks or key points, if you will. 7 are on the body, 5 are on the head, and then for each hand, we extract additional 21 landmarks there. You can see the same figure, an example on the right. And if landmark is not detected, the coordinates are replaced by zeros, and they are at this point in the pipeline relative to the frame. So some of the augmentation, let's now take a look at some of the augmentations that we use. So the first one is very straightforward. There's just some in-plane rotation, where we take all of the coordinates and rotate them by random to up to 13 degrees. The second one is squeeze, where we squeeze all of the frames in the sequence by shrinking the lateral edges of the frames uniformly throughout the sequence. And now the more interesting ones. So the first one is perspective transformation, where we are actually trying to simulate like tilting or rotation in the camera setting, in the camera location. So we project all of the landmark coordinates onto a new plane with a spatially defined center of rotation. So that's how we manage this. And the fourth one is sequential joint rotation, which is specific and novel to the task of sign language recognition, where we actually go through the arms, through the arm landmarks, and for each impending landmark, so here would be the ankle, for each impending landmark, we actually rotate it very slightly with respect to the previous one to simulate very, very slight negligible variances in each performance of the sign, which would not actually change or affect the semantic meaning of the performed sign. And we show all of these examples of all of these in the figures on the right. The next step would be normalization. So we actually take into account many findings and studies from the sign language linguistics which consider usage of space. And we propose a new approach, which actually normalizes all of the landmarks with respect to the signing space. This signing space is defined based on the head metric, which is a specifically computed for each signer. And it all takes into account their respective body attributes and ratios. And so it's very personalized and helps us come across all these differences, not only in the body attributes, but also in where in the camera the person is located. And both of the hand landmarks are normalized onto their own bounding boxes. So let's now take a look at our architecture. So Spotter is basically an adapted transformer model, where at the input we have a sequence of the normalized post estimates, as described on the previous slides, and to all of these we apply positional embedding, and these later go into the transformer encoder, where there are 6 layers and 9 heads in the self-attention module. And if you will take a look at the right, at the decoder, there's actually at the input only one query, which goes throughout the decoder. We just call it the class query, because from this query, the actual classes are decoded at the very end. And this specific query, the class query, goes at first throughout the multi-head projection, which is basically adapted multi-head attention module. But basically, since there's only one item in the sequence, the softmax at the end would always yield 1. So it is therefore redundant. And we just only take a look at the projection, which is of interest here. Awesome. And let's now take a look at the experiment and the results that we have. We first trained our model on the WLASL dataset for the American Sign Language. In the first 3 rows, you can see the appearance-based methods. In the next 3 rows, you can see the pose-based method, and the last, you can see the results of Spotter. So we actually established a state-of-the-art results in terms of the pose-based method, and we come close to the appearance-based ones. And here you can see the results on the LSA64 dataset, where we establish overall state-of-the-art and actually even outperform the appearance-based methods. We also conducted an ablation study to actually look at the importance of the individual augmentation and also the normalization schema. And as you can see, the normalization itself in the model B gives the model a big boost in accuracy. And also all of the augmentations are of significant importance. And the arm joint rotate, which is a specific null one, is among the most important ones here. And now, probably one of the most important things in the whole work is the performance study. So we actually compared our model, Spotter, to the baseline I3D. And so in the first figure on the left, you can see attributes of both of the models relatively compared. So you first see the number of parameters, then there's average flops on the inference, and actually also the average inference time. To make it fair, because into our model, there are already the post estimates going into it, we also added the necessary flops and inference time, which it takes to estimate the poses. And you can see those as the gray bars. And you can see that for all of these attributes, Spotter is significantly smaller in size, more fast, and more efficient. And also on the right, we conducted another experiment where we took the baseline I3D and Spotter, and we wanted to see how well do both of these models learn on only smaller split of the data set or the training data. So we took the LSA64 data set and made gradually enlarging splits. So you can see the first one is just 0.1, so like 10% of the training data going up to 100%. And you can see that even with 10% of the training data, Spotter is able to learn with an accuracy of over 90%, whereas I3D lags behind at only below 50%. And so we attribute this, this demonstrates that Spotter is able to learn and generalize very well, even on small, very small, in fact, sets of data, whereas the appearance-based methods lag behind. So to kind of sum up the experiments, you can see that unlike the very large scale data sets, the appearance-based methods outperform Spotter, yes. But first of all, they are very larger in terms of size and the necessary inference resources and time. And also, when only a small amount of data is available, Spotter is able to generalize very well. And this can also help in other tasks. We think that this is generalizable to other tasks. Yeah. Okay, so to conclude, I would like to quickly sum up our contributions. So we firstly propose a novel approach of applying transformer model for isolated time language recognition operating on top of a sequence of body pose estimates. We also introduced robust normalization and augmentation techniques based on sign language linguistics. We established state-of-the-art results on the LSA64 dataset and state-of-the-art results in the pose-based category on the WLASL 100 and 300 dataset splits. And lastly, we conduct a performance study between the appearance and pose-based methods, which shows the advantages of Spotter. And yes, this is everything from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Here you can see some of the references. And so we actually open sourced all of the code and also the data that we were training on. You can find those on signlanguagerecognition.com. And yeah, I'm open to any questions now. Thanks. Okay, so are there any questions here in the room?
So I've heard that people say facial expressions are also important. Are you planning to incorporate that?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So the question is that facial expressions are important in sign language understanding, and if we are planning to incorporate that. The answer is yes. We want to look into this, and we also want to experiment with various pose estimation techniques because we saw that there are some limitations to those that we were using. The facial expressions are especially important in more like long-term, not that much constrained sign language recordings. So not just like simple terms or lemmas, but like longer ones, because they add like many semantic information. Like for us, many people actually think that like sign language is just what we say, but like sign. But this is not true at all because the sign language developed on its own, and therefore it utilizes like all of the visual potential and dimensionality that it has. So in just like one sign, much of this semantic information can be carried. So like, for example, just to illustrate, like if I do, I don't know if you see it, but if I do this in some sign languages, for example, the Czech sign language would mean to like go in a car on like a, I don't know how do you say it, like bumpy and like a curved road. And like, if I do this, it's different from doing this, that like kind of like just simulates the speed that I'm doing it. And if I would be smiling, it would mean that like, yeah, everything was okay. But if I were frowning, it would mean like there were some problems. I might have been stressed out or other things. So like, this is a very important, like, it's quite complex and quite hard to do all of this because all of the data sets do not take this into account, and they do not actually have all the translation of all the information that is embedded in the signs. But yeah, there was a very, very long answer, sorry. But like, yes, definitely we want to look into this, and we also want to look into not just isolated time language recognition, but more unconstrained time language recognition. Awesome. So if there are any other questions in the room or virtual? Okay, just one more question. On the LSA data set, we saw that most of the systems performed better, and it's also the pose-based also performed much better and Spotter better than on the other data set. Is it just because it was the same common collection and scale, or are there other aspects of that data set that make it easier than other data sets? That's a very good question as well. So the LSA is a good data set in that it doesn't have that many classes and has a lot of instances for each class, and it's like very uniform. So whereas the WLASL has many classes, like 2,000, and it has for most of those just like 6 examples. So for each class, there's just 6 examples. And since all of those are very different in their like origin of the originating website, it might be quite problematic also for the amount of data needed. So like the distribution of the data per classes. So that's why WLASL is so tricky, whereas the LSA is very well done. So it's easier for most methods.
Next. Okay, great. Let's thank our speaker again. Okay.
Yeah, let me connect this thing to
Can you hear us? Okay.
Can you see the slides?
I can share slides, but I'm not sure they can hear us. Can you hear us, Ruben?
Yes, the answer is no.
Okay, let me check.
Also said they need to switch laptops. Ruben, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please start the video.
Okay.
This research, and I will present our work, video action relocalization using spatiotemporal. Hello everyone, I am Akshaya from TCS Research, and I will present our work, video action relocalization using spatiotemporal correlation. Let's start with the motivation. With the rapid advancement in imaging and computing technologies, there is unprecedented growth in the amount of data we generate every day. So as the database grows, the difficulty in efficient storage and retrieval increases. Therefore, proper organization is essential for on-demand retrieval of multimedia. Traditional search engines index visual data based on surrounding metadata. The similarity in this metadata is used to scrape relevant videos. But textual descriptors are often inadequate to describe videos and yields too many results, making the search inefficient. Our goal here is to perform video retrieval using video as query. This provides more flexibility and has the ability to query attributes that are difficult to represent using keywords. It also spans multiple domains and applications. For example, in telemedicine, retrieval of semantically similar medical videos from archives can aid doctors in making informed diagnoses. Existing approaches for content-based video relocalization can be put into 2 main types. Similarity-based approach, where the features of the query and reference are compared at different temporal scales. An attention-based approach, where query features are fused with frame-wise reference features to get attention-weighted features. A major drawback in both these are that multi-scale spatiotemporal variations in the video are not exploited completely. A frame-wise feature similarity is suitable for natural language queries, but not ideal for video queries, which are far more complex. So in order to capture holistic information from the input videos, we extract features at multiple temporal scales. We introduce novel patch-wise video correlation layer for spatiotemporal matching. And further, our network can be adapted to different temporal scales, thereby extended to multiple video search applications. So we formulate our problem as a relocalization task, wherein we try to relocalize a set of actions performed by one or more objects of interest in the query video. Given a reference video R and a query video Q, and the query object coordinates, our system aims to identify one or more video segments in R that best describe the action performed in Q. Here we assume that the reference video is untrimmed and the query video is trimmed. So the three inputs, query reference and the query objects, are given to our architecture, which consists of 4 steps: feature extraction from the query and reference videos, region proposal generation on the reference video, and ROI pooling of the features, query reference feature matching using spatiotemporal correlation, and finally bounding box refinement and similarity classification. Starting with the feature extraction step, we here use the hierarchical architecture that was introduced in our earlier work. Here the features are extracted in a pyramidal fashion at different time scales to capture and retain the layers of information contained in the video. We use this as our base feature extraction block and use a Siamese architecture to extract both query features and reference features. So next, this is our overall architecture. Here, followed by the feature extraction step, we have the region proposal network. The RPN is applied only to the reference features to generate proposals at every second. For the query, the object locations are already provided as input. Furthermore, the proposals are generated only for the reference keyframes at every second using ResNet50. We then perform ROI pooling to bring all the features to the same size. We next move on to the correlation step. We perform a patch-wise feature correlation between every proposal query object pair. The correlation maps capture the similarity between the actions in the query and reference. Further, use it for refinement of the reference object bounding boxes and in the final classification to identify if the action in the reference matches the action in the query. In this work, we train with only one object of interest in the query, but it can be extended to multi-object matching scenarios as well. Looking at the data sets, we use 2 video action data sets for evaluation, the AVA dataset and ActEV. And both of these have been reorganized for this video relocalization task in previous works. AVA version 2.1 consists of 430 15-minute videos with bounding box annotations of persons and corresponding action labels for person pose, person object interactions, and person-person interaction. These fine-grained annotations combined with the dense action labeling makes it very challenging. We compare this approach with the WACV LSTM method, which has been evaluated on this ABA search dataset. And the mean average precision metric at 0.5 IOU threshold is used for evaluation. The ActEV is an activity recognition dataset with videos from 200 activity classes. Multiple approaches have used the rearranged activity search dataset for temporal relocalization, and we compare our method with all of these. The MAP values at multiple temporal IOU thresholds are computed for evaluation. The quantitative evaluation as well as the visual results on the ABA search dataset is shown here. We get an MAP of 42.15, a 13% increase over the current state of art. The 2 contributing factors include the use of frame level features for stable proposals as well as extraction of multi-scale spatiotemporal features to relocalize the complex set of actions. For accurate relocalization and understanding of the action from various temporal windows is also required, and this can be observed in the visualized actions. Some of the main challenges include large intra-class variations due to viewpoint, environment, or visual appearance. Another difficulty in closely related actions like walk and run include the understanding of space to differentiate between them. Next, we show the evaluation on the ActEV search dataset. Our approach results in a jump of 18% in terms of average NAP scores. This can be attributed to the fact that we use a large temporal neighborhood around each frame to compute relevant short-term and long-term features. As opposed to other methods, we do not perform feature pooling. So this retains significant information and improves relocalization considerably. So to summarize, we present a spatiotemporal correlation approach to relocalize an action in a reference video using a video query. We perform feature extraction from the video pair using the Siamese network for feature extraction, followed by feature matching and relocalization. The key contributions include multi-scale feature extraction with varying temporal windows and spatiotemporal feature matching using a correlation layer. We evaluate this on two popular action relocalization databases, AVA Search and ActEV Search, and get an excellent improvement of over 12% in MEP on both of them. Two key inferences based on our ablation study experiments include that the correlation layer plays an important role in temporal relocalization due to the patch-wise matching. And secondly, the multi-scale features are essential for challenging actions and can be very useful for fine-grained action search. We demonstrate the adaptability of our network by employing it at different frame rates and video lengths. And finally, the modular design enables straightforward extension to various video search applications. Thank you. And please scan the QR code to access the paper.
Are the authors present? Just one last call to see if the authors are present for any questions. Okay, let's continue to the next presentation. The next presentation is PP Human Seg, connectivity-aware portrait segmentation with a large-scale teleconferencing video dataset. The authors are Lutao Chu and 10 other researchers from Baidu Research.
Hello, everyone. This is Lutao Chu from Baidu Incorporation. Today, I am here to present PP Human Seg, connectivity-aware portrait segmentation with a large-scale teleconferencing video dataset. I will introduce it from the following aspects. Portrait segmentation has brought great success in various entertainment applications, such as virtual background, beautifying filters, character special effects. Among these applications, video conferencing has become a major scenario where participants could automatically replace their private backgrounds with virtual scenes. The outbreak of coronavirus has further accelerated the prevalence of video conferencing as working from home has been desired. There are three challenges. First, the current meeting scenes become much more diverse in surroundings and lighting conditions, as the live video are recorded from each participant's home. participants may show various postures and actions even wear face masks. In addition, participants may access to the teleconference using a web page running on a browser or a chat app running on a mobile phone. Thus, there frequently needs to ensure real-time performance in resource-limited computing platforms. All these practical issues have brought greater challenges and opportunities to approach the segmentation field. There are examples of our dataset and existing datasets. In existing datasets, FVS contains only 4 green screen videos. Due to the composition effect, the labels are not smooth enough. And the MADA contains a lot of similar images and irrelevant information of the interface of the software. For example, virtual buttons and small windows. So we release a large-scale video project segmentation dataset that contains 291 videos from 23 conference scenes with 14,000 fan-labeled frames provided. Our dataset has 4 advantages. It contains various scenes, various actions of the participants, interference of passersby, and illumination change. We provide high-quality labels in both pixel level and video level. For pixel level labeling, there are 2 ambiguous instances. In video conferencing, the purpose of project segmentation is highlighting participant-related parts rather than the surroundings. The handheld items highly related to the activities of participants. However, distant passerby or people with bags are not participants, which should be ignored. Therefore, handheld items are labeled. Distant passerby or people with bags are not labeled. We also annotate our videos based on the objects. Each video clip has multi-class attributes. For example, the scene ID. The video level annotation can be used to video description and multitask learning, which also provides a good start point to human activity analysis study. We also collected pure background images in different scenes. Then we use a simple video composition strategy to augment the dataset. More labeled images is composed of the extracted project parts and the pure background. We generate 1 million images eventually. Due to the high quality annotation, the edges of the composition data are smooth and look natural. Also, project segmentation is a subtype of semantic segmentation. It has distinct characteristics comparing with other object segmentation. The person can be regarded as a non-rigid object, so that the postures and appearance are varying. In addition, generic semantic segmentation is a pixel level classification which ignores the completeness of the person instance. Thus, we propose self-supervised connectivity-aware learning, named SCL. It is a new learning framework that takes care of a completeness of person instance, subject to varying human action and postures. Specifically, in addition to using traditional semantic labels as a supervision, SCL extracts the connected components from semantic labels and use them as the supervision signal fill a semantic connectivity loss. We define a new concept, namely semantic connectivity, to represent the segmentation results and ground truth. Specifically, we use the connected components to represent the completeness of project segmentation. In project segmentation, we take the region of a person instance as a connected component. So how to define semantic connectivity? We first find the connected components of prediction P and the ground truth We use a connected component labeling algorithm to calculate the connected components. We then transfer all connected components to find all pairs that intersect with each other. In this figure, there are 3 pairs, G2 and P2, G3 and P5, G4 and P4, and 3 isolated components, P1 and the P3 and the G1. The connectivity for GI is denoted as CI, which is calculated with equation 1 and 2. If GI is an isolated component, CI equals to 0. Finally, we define the semantic connectivity of the entire image as the equation 3. SAO frameworks use a novel loss function based on the proposed semantic connectivity, which minimizes the inconsistency of connectivity between prediction and ground truth. We denote semantic connectivity aware loss as 1 minus the SC of P and G. Note that there is a special case that no pair exists between P and G, and connectivity is becoming to be 0. It could happen in the beginning of training due to the random initialization of parameters. However, serial connectivity would lead to serial gradients, and the weights cannot be updated. For such a special case, we design a non-trivial loss function to call the status process to ensure the differentiability of the loss function. Finally, SAO incorporates the SC loss as a regularizer to complement with the segmentation losses, for example, cross-entropy loss, to optimize the model. We propose an ultra lightweight segmentation network to work with SAO, namely ConnectNet. It adopts an encoder and decoder structure inspired by ShovelNet. The encoder follows an inverted bottleneck blocks design with channel shuffled operation to extract features efficiently. To reduce the computation load while maintaining high resolutions, ConnectNet compresses the number of stages and channels, where every stage is stacked by multiple blocks. Moreover, ConnectNet incorporates deepwise separable convolution to improve the decoding efficiency in the decoder. The encoder would lower the resolution of a feature map and lose the spatial details. Spatial information is critical in segmentation tasks. Therefore, the proposed network connects the encoder and decoder through a skip connection to integrate the underlying texture features. It is more conducive to generate fine masks. At the same time, the skip connection directly reuses features extracted by the encoder without additional computation costs. Experiments. In order to show SC loss is parameter insensitive and robust, we conduct 5 experiments with different weight coefficients. As shown in table 1, the MLU on almost all ratios are improved. We evaluate the effectiveness of our SC loss on lightweight networks. As shown in table 2, the MLU metric improves in all networks through enhancing the connectivity of the connected components. The models obtain the better segmentation performance. Comparison with other sort of losses, including low-order loss and AMA loss. These losses focus on different aspects of semantic segmentation, like class imbalance and structure information. SC loss has the best score in MLU and pixel accuracy. The evaluation result shows the SC loss has shorter performance. Effectiveness of ConnectNet. We compare it with other lightweight sort of models. Compared with HRNet, our model has greater performance and 40% faster. Compared with fast SL and BaseNet, our model is 1.2 and 8.5% higher in MLU, respectively. The experiments show that our model outperforms BiSNet and FastSA to a greater extent, but only have less than 10% of their parameters. This is crucial in mobile and web applications, considering that the storage requirement is rather strict. We visualize the predictions of different networks on test images. Our model has better completeness than other models. It is less prone to make dispersed predictions like here. Our solution has been applied to Baidu Video Conference. It is a web video conference software. Let's look at its effect. Users can replace or blur the background to protect their privacy. Let's conclude. In this work, we introduce an open source solution for practical portrait segmentation named PP-HUMSEG. First, to facilitate the progress in portrait segmentation in video conferencing, we constructed a large-scale video portrait dataset. Second, to improve the completeness of segmentation results, we propose a self-supervised connectivity-aware learning framework, incorporating a novel semantic connectivity loss. Third, we propose an ultra-lightweight model. The proposed solution achieves the best trade-off between LU and inference time. Fourth, extensive evaluation on our dataset demonstrates the superiorities of SL and ConnectNet. Finally, the source code and dataset is available at our GitHub repo. Thanks for listening. And please start if it helps you.
Are any of the presenters online? Okay, so we'll move to the final presentation. Final presentation is an invited talk. The presenter is Dr. Jeffrey Byrne. Jeffrey Byrne is founder and CEO of Vism Labs in Cambridge, Massachusetts, working on privacy-preserving computer vision. Previously, he was Vice President of Computer Vision with Systems and Technology Research in Woburn, Massachusetts. He led the Vision Group, which focused on fundamental research problems at the intersection of visual recognition and machine learning. Dr. Byrne has been principal investigator on programs with IARPA, DARPA, AFRL, and SOCOM in research areas of face recognition, activity recognition, and scene understanding. He holds a BS and MS in electrical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University and a PhD in computer and information science from the University of Pennsylvania. Previously, Dr. Byrne was the principal research engineer with Scientific Systems Company Incorporated, consultant to Carnegie Mellon University on the Microvision engine hardware platform for micro-air vehicles, research staff member in the CMU Robotics Institute, and embedded hardware engineering manager in the Silicon Valley startup. He is the recipient of the 2007 ND-SEG Fellowship, 2010 UPenn Graduate School Teaching Practicum Award, and Best Paper Runner-Up Awards at BMVC 20 and IEEE FG 17. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jeffrey Byrne to give a presentation on fine-grained activities of people worldwide.
Great, Reuben. Thank you for the introduction. Hopefully you can hear me and you can see the screen here. Let me know if not.
We can hear you, but
Great.
I hear some background noise once in a while.
Maybe it was just me moving around. Hopefully it will settle down.
Okay, thanks.
Great, yeah, thank you.
It sounds a little like static, coming in and out.
One moment. All right, hopefully that's any better.
So far, so good.
Okay. All right, well, we'll give this one a try. Good. So my name is Jeff Byrne from Vism Labs, and I'm going to be talking today about dataset collection for fine-grained activities of people worldwide. And before I dive in, I just want to highlight some of the topics that have been talked today about at the workshop. You heard from Jack about the work that's been done on Viva today with the initial set of 37 activities that occur in security videos. And a lot of really excellent work has been done by the performers in the room there on that topic. But we also heard from Alex this morning about where we want to get to, trying to understand all of the activities that occur in a very complex scene and trying to make sense of multiple cameras with complex activities and with many actors all performing simultaneously. So how do we bridge the gap between where we are today with the 37 activities in Viva to where we want to be with complex scenes with many activities that occur? What we're trying to do is take one step towards bridging that gap by collecting data of people worldwide performing all the other activities that happen to occur in real security video. So I'm going to be showing a lot of videos today, so hopefully you can see this video here. So what you're seeing right now is a montage of a random sample of some videos that we've collected from over 700 collectors worldwide. Yep.
I'm sorry to disturb you in the middle, but that static is coming through again. It might be worth it for you to leave and rejoin. That might be the best thing. I think it's from your end.
Okay, stand by. How's that? Is that any better? Is that any better? This is just using the native microphone of my my MacBook.
That's better.
So let's try it and we'll see.
Better.
Fantastic. Okay, great. Okay. So what you're seeing here is a random sample of activities that are performed by over 700 collectors worldwide. And I want to highlight a few things here. That first off, humans have a very wide range of activities that they perform in their daily lives. And these activities can range from simple things like just doing simple motions of their bodies, or they could be things like atomic activities that last 2 to 4 seconds. Or they can be complex activities, sequences or compositions of these more simple activities into a very complex performance of a complex action. These activities can be subtle or they can be obvious. They can be very small motions, precise motions with your hands, like the sign language that we saw from the previous speakers. They can also involve many different types of objects, vehicles, props, or they can involve other people that are being interacted with. So all of these things really show the diversity of the types of activities that people perform in public places. So I want to highlight a few things that really show some of the complexity that can be achieved by people in the real world. So here I'm going to show some examples of things like kneeling, people kneeling up and down, very simple activity. Let's compare that to something like sitting down, like sitting cross-legged.
So this is a very similar course motion. People are standing up and sitting down. They're moving their bodies, their trunk all the way up and down. But there's a very subtle distinction between these two in that the actor is really trying to place their knees on the ground, or they're placing their thighs on the ground. These subtle distinctions need to be represented by a machine learning system in order to effectively reason about these activities. So similarly, we can have different ways of trying to interact with objects. So here's an example of trying to open a door. We know about opening doors from DEVA, but a lot of times when people have objects in their hands, they might open a door with their foot. So this is a way of interacting with an object that may be something that's very rare. It's very rarely occurring, but we can collect data of this in which to try to augment our representations of activities for representing these objects. We can also represent things like gestures, where if I have something like a gesture of, let's say raising a hand. I can raise or lower my hand, a very common gesture, very similar to the sign language work that we saw earlier. But we can also see very simple, closely related activities like, say, a person, let's see, giving a thumbs up. Just trying to find the precise location here. There we go, giving a thumbs up. So these are gestures that are very closely related that we need to get data for in order to represent these types of activities effectively. Okay. So not only do we have things like these activities, but we also have diversity in the human spaces that people perform in. So now this is zoomed back a little bit. Now we're not zoomed in way on the actor. We're zooming back just to look at the scenes that these actors perform in. These are the living spaces of our collectors worldwide that show just how diverse the living spaces are for the people around the world. They can be clean or they're dirty. They can be organized or cluttered. They can be well lit or dim. And these are really a reflection of the human recording this and their local culture. So really now, by collecting data across many countries, across many locations and cities, it gives us the ability to ask very interesting questions. Things like, do people perform these activities differently in their local country? Are we able to determine where their country of origin is based on how they perform certain activities? So there are things that that we can look at. So things like, for example, praying is one of our activities. Praying is something that is unique to a religion. It's unique to a particular region of the world, and this gives us some data or an activity type and data for it for these types of activity classes. We also have things like eating with utensils that may be different based on where you are in the world. Some people use different eating utensils in which to eat, and we can capture these local variations using the platform that we're going to be talking about today. And finally, I think my favorite activity that we've ever collected is this one. We asked people to dance in place, and we got a huge variety of different ways of dancing around. And we asked them to repeat it in a couple different times in a row, so we get a sense for how well people can repeat their own motions, how varied they are, and whether or not they're consistent across countries. Okay. So what we're going to be talking about today is really collecting these fine-grained activity data sets and of consented people for visual AI applications. And we'll talk about the platform that we've developed in order to collect this data, as well as a new data set that we'll be releasing in the early 2022 timeframe that provides a public challenge for doing activity classification and temporal activity detection for the data that you've seen so far. But before we dive into that, I want to ask some more fundamental questions here. And one of the most fundamental questions here is really, what is a fine-grained activity? For those vision researchers in the audience, you might think the very first thing you think about, or at least what I think about when I hear fine-grained, I think about fine-grained categorization. Things like species recognitions of birds or plants. A lot of excellent work that's done into determining those types of fine-grained categories. And those categorizations require an expert annotator to provide you the definition of a species. So something like you need a botanist to tell you what makes something Japanese knotweed, and you can use that to annotate these images for classification. But for activities, we're all experts. We, just as social creatures, know that when we see someone crawling around on the ground, that's a unique activity. We just know, just due to our interaction with other humans, the difference between a peace sign and a thumbs up. And we can use that as a way to provide these types of annotations. So rather than relying on an expert adjudicator, we can use our own social knowledge to provide these definitions of activities. So we are the adjudicators of what makes something fine-grained. So first off, I say a fine-grained activity really has to ask who is performing it. And one definition here is that a set of fine-grained activities should be performed by the same noun. And what I mean by that is, let's say you have the activity of person sitting, and I just have two classes. One is persons, let's say I have dog sitting and person standing. I wouldn't necessarily call those two classes as fine-grained, because I can always use the properties of that one is a dog, the other one's a human, to do recognition. So we need to have to make the problem hard by representing the same noun, the same actor, in this case a person, performing all the activities to make it fine-grained. Similarly, we have to answer what they're doing. That there are many activities that people perform that are very different. They're very obviously obvious and easily distinguishable. And an example of that could be something like the difference between stirring a drink in a mug, which you're seeing examples of here, versus saying doing jumping jacks. Your whole body is very different in the motion that you're performing versus the subtle motion of doing your stirring. So what we need is fine-grained activities that are closely related, and closely related are in those scare quotes, given that that is something that's adjudicated by we as the humans. We know just by how similar two activities are as to whether or not they're closely related. Similarly, we have things that objects that actors tend to interact with. And this is a subtle issue, that there are many objects for which a person would interact with that I wouldn't necessarily define to be a fine-grained activity. So let's say throwing. You're throwing a baseball versus throwing a softball. You use the same motions as long as you're throwing overhand. You're using the same motions for throwing those two objects, so they look visually very similar. But there are many activities for which the object that you interact with impacts the appearance of that activity. Things like carrying a heavy object. I carry a bicycle very differently than I'd carry grocery bags, for example. And that difference really gives us these visually distinct object interactions that are important for representing a fine-grained activity. And finally, we have to ask how these activities are performed. So a set of fine-grained activities should include different styles of performing them. So things like they performing excitedly or lethargically, or more specifically, performing activities with skill or not with skill. So these provide more like an adverb to describe how an activity is performed, along with who performs it, what they're doing, with what are they doing it, as well as how they're doing it. So this defining the set of these answers to each of these 4 questions gives us the definition of a fine-grained activity. Now, I'll be the first to say that this is not the only decomposition into a fine-grained activity, but it gives us a good place to start. So you might ask the question, well, why would you want to do these types of fine-grained activities? So let me give you an example. This is from our offices, complete with a lazy dog laying on the ground. This is going to do recognition of the MEVA classes for the 37 activity classes that Jack talked about earlier in the session. Things like opening and closing doors, exiting and entering rooms, sitting and standing, and so on. This is from a security camera in our office. Does a great job doing entering and closing as one might expect. So great. So you might ask the question, well, there was no fine-grained activities there. Why bother? Let's see this very similar video now, where we're performing closely related activities. All right, I'm just going to fast forward this a little bit. So it's the same thing, but now when we're going through this this sequence, we're picking up a laptop and we're using it. Everything is working as expected. But now I start doing some activities that the system has never really seen before. And these are things like, well, talking on the cell phone. It's certainly something that this system knows about. But I can do things like scratch my face. You'll see some examples here where there's a very closely related activity to talking on a cell phone versus scratching your face that the system doesn't know about. And as a result, generates a very high confidence false alarm like this. It thinks that we're doing talking because there's no representation of doing these subtly distinct motions, or looking at your knuckles as opposed to texting, or instead of grabbing an object from the ground or sitting, you're squatting and just touching the ground. So we need more fine-grained activities in which to help represent all of the other activities that are performed by people in public spaces, to be able to bridge the gap between where we are today with these 37 activities to where we want to be with hundreds and hundreds and thousands of activities in the world. Okay. So now I want to talk a little bit about how we do data set collection today. And I don't want to spend too much time on this. And so Kitware has done an excellent job talking about the fantastic data set that's been used on the DIVA program and all the effort that went into collecting a very high quality data set. Fantastic stuff. So I want to talk a little bit about some other strategies of collecting data. And specifically, a popular topic in dataset collection right now is to collect first and then annotate later, which is the idea that you don't want to collect data in knowing what your task is going to be, since that tends to bias the collection process. So these are things like open vocabulary, large-scale open vocabulary learning like ELVIS or Ego4D. All of these, you record a ton of video and then you try to annotate what was in there. The challenges with activity data set collection is that, one, you need to get consent from all the subjects that are present, and you need to be able to tell them what you're going to be using the data for so that they can opt out from it. So it doesn't quite work using that strategy of collect first and then annotate later. It also doesn't give us the data that we need to train. There's no way you're going to get thousands of examples of people stirring their coffee mug in which to train large-scale supervised learning systems if you just leave it up to chance. So that's something where we need to engineer this type of data set collection to give us the data we need. So what we're going to be talking about is a data set collection methodology that gives us the ability to collect very large scale data of people around the world, but while maintaining high quality. All right. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to talk about data privacy. I think we're running a few minutes behind here, but I do want to say one important bit is that consent matters in data set collection. Data sets of people that have their personally identifiable information that is not consented have been and should be taken down from use. And a good example of that is the MS Celeb data set for face recognition. We need consent. And what we're trying to do, as well as other groups, trying to really provide this informed consent procedure to maintain the control of faces in these videos with the original subjects. So I'm not going to belabor that, but I did want to highlight it as an important aspect of data set collection. So now I'm going to transition briefly into talking about the platform that we use for collecting the data. And then I'm going to show you some more of the data that we've got. What we've developed in order to collect all of this data from using a distributed global workforce is called Vism Collector. This is a mobile app that you can download today from the Google Play Store and the Apple iOS App Store. This app allows anyone around the world to collect videos and annotate those videos while they're recording and then send to us for checking. So this mobile app gives us access to our own on-demand workforce to collect very large-scale data of people and objects. And it gives us the ability to collect data really easily. We'll show a demo of how to use this application as part of this talk. But the basic kind of workflow here is that you get the app on your phone, you're assigned collections, and a collections is something like stand up and sit down 5 times in a row. You have to get consent from your subject, so we incorporate IRB-approved consent forms into the workflow so that everyone who has their PII in the videos knows what we're doing with their data and how it's going to be used. They're shown an example video about what we're looking to get, so that a lot of our collectors do not have English as their first language. So giving them a document to read is something that is oftentimes a non-starter. But we can show them an example about what we want and say, give us more of those. And then they can give their personal spin on that to give it subtle variations across collectors. And then they record using their mobile device and then annotate while they're recording and then give to us for verification. So I think I might briefly talk about how you can use this, you meaning an organization that might want to collect data using this platform. And as opposed to a collector who's actually recording, if you wanted a data set, how would you go about doing that? The very first thing that we have to do is define a campaign, which is breaking down a data set into a set of collections. Then that gets pushed out to our global workforce. They send us the videos and they get checked by our review team. I'll mention that one phrase I've heard a lot today as part of the talks is Amazon Mechanical Turk, and using Turkers for doing this type of annotation for your workforce. We don't use Turk. We use our own workforce that we've sourced worldwide. And you can actually interact with them directly if you'd like at community.vism.com. It's an open public platform that we interact with our collectors to give them full-time work to do what we call AI collecting. And they're very engaged, they're very excited, and they're very enthusiastic. Same with our reviewers, they're drawn from the same pool. So non-Turk custom workforce that is dedicated to the job of improving AI data for you in the research community. Send us the videos, we look at them, make sure that they're all correct. We pay them per video. Then the campaign gets refined, and then it gets delivered at the very end with all of the annotations in the videos. And I want to highlight that all of the videos here are all very liberally licensed, and they're easy to download, which means that unlike, say, ActivityNet or Kinetics, that you have to get YouTube URLs where there's a lot of link rot over time. Here, we have a tarball that you can download that has no degradation over time. So that's really important to be able to provide reproducible research. Okay. I think I'm going to skip over this one, given that we're running a few minutes behind, and I'll show you a demo about how we use the application. All right.
Hi,
Hopefully
I'm going
you
to walk
can hear
you through a
this.
quick explanation of how to use our app. So you want to center your subject, either the person or the vehicle, in the middle of your app, and then drag the corners of the foreground box to shrink it around them. Then you can tell them it's time to go, press the start button, and keep them centered as they perform the activity. Press the buttons like dropping off and picking up when they perform these activities, all the while keeping them centered in the box that you drew. Then when you're done, you can go ahead and click stop. It'll move to the submittal page, review your video, make sure that the labels are correct, and then it'll upload, click submit, and hopefully you'll be done. I hope this was helpful, and good luck.
Great. So an important aspect to highlight here is that while the collector is recording, they're annotating. They're actually using gestures on the phone to define the boxes around the actor, and touches in the box to define when things occur. This provides a very cheap and effective mechanism to be able to do annotation at very large scales that don't require drawing exhaustive boxes around every actor in every frame. And I'll talk a little bit about how we refine those boxes to make them more precise. We do provide an editor in the app that helps you fix any boxes that are wrong, but I'm not going to belabor that. We also provide tools that allow us to monitor collections live so that we can keep track of our collections that have been submitted over time. And finally, we have a custom reviewing process that allows us to view every video by our distributed collector team. We have over 50 full-time reviewers who are looking at all of these videos and confirming that they're performed correctly. So as we heard earlier in the talk by Jack, accurate annotations is critical for training these machine learning systems, and having reviewer consensus is important. Okay, so now I'm going to show some examples that we've collected as part of this data set collection process. These are examples of things like picking up a vehicle. These are all MEVA classes from the DIVA program. Things like purchasing, getting in and out of a car, texting on a phone. But we've also got things that are much more, that still do occur in a lot of security videos, but there's no YouTube videos that you can download to be able to get lots of examples of people taking on and off their eyeglasses. It's a very, very common activity, but we don't have the training data until now to be able to train a system to be able to recognize this activity. So we have things like taking on and off eyeglasses. Or sneezing into your arm. This is also another very common activity in COVID times that allows us to have lots of examples of this in our data set. or something like throwing an object onto a table and then picking it up again. So this often occurs just people naturally when they walk up to a table, they throw their bag onto it and then sit down. Okay. I also want to mention that we showed you how you can collect these boxes around your primary actor using the touch screen of your phone. But the problem is that those touchscreen gestures can only get you so accurate. That I mean, your fingers are only so precise. So what we do, and this is something that we provide open source software for, is to do weak annotation refinement, and this uses an object detector, specifically an object tracker, that has very low confidence. So we try to find those tracks for this object detector that maximally overlaps with the box provided by the collector. So the collector provides this weak annotation that we can then refine using a pre-trained machine learning system. And this works because all of the actors that we're collecting, we have a very well-defined, high-performing object detector, in this case, a person detector, that we can leverage. And if you do that, then we can get very precise boxes that deform along with the actor, even under occlusion or significant distortion. Lots of MEVA examples in here, embracing people, stealing objects, riding bicycles. All of this is, this data set has been released. You can go to the URL down at the bottom there. It's all free and open to download for research use. Okay. I also want to highlight that all of the collections that we do is using a phone, a mobile device that is handheld. So we ask the collector to stand, often from a security viewpoint, so that they get up on a chair and look down into the scene, or they look out a window from their house down to the scene below, but they're still holding this device. And that holding introduces small motions of the scene that can introduce a domain bias. If the target domain for your task is doing static security cameras. So what we do is introduce background stabilization that allows you to do stabilized video post-processing, to be able to align the background to the first frame. And then what this gives you is a computational stabilization, so that you can get these really fast, easy, and cheap recordings of these collectors, but then they can, instead of requiring them to get a tripod and setting everything up to increase the cost, we allow them to hold these devices and then post-process these videos to stabilize them computationally. And you can see here that unlike the videos that you've seen previously, all of the background here is nice and steady, and even when we're zoomed in on each one of these subjects. Okay. All right, I've got about 5 minutes left here, and I want to talk a little bit about the data that we've collected so far. And specifically, I want to talk about the design goals for a data set that we want to collect. So we talked about why fine-grained activities are important, but you have to make some design decisions in order to define this data set. We can't just go out and record and then annotate later, as we talked about. So we have to define our parameters for this collection. So what we decided to do, we thought would be the most helpful for the research community, is to define atomic activities. These are short activities, so they're not complex activities, short 3-second activities. They're all person-centered, so that the who is people. They're all fine-grained, so there's these subtle differences between classes. They're all around the house, so that we're not doing things like in kinetics, like mechanical bull riding, for example. We're doing things that people do around their house, and as a way to allow them to engage. And finally, we're doing this at large scale. So we're collecting millions of these videos. So how do we go about doing this? So we did a process, what we call label expansion, where we started with some common activity data sets, AVA, charades, moments in time, kinetics, something, something, and MEVA. Started those from those verbs. And we looked at trying to find related verbs, related objects, related object interactions. So things like what we talked about, scratching head versus talking on the phone. That's an expansion of the verb talks on phone. Or an object interaction with a different appearance. So putting on your shoes versus putting on your hat. Those are both dressing activities, but they have very visually distinct mechanisms by which you reach to your foot to put on your shoe versus putting on a hat. So here, what we're just showing is it's hard to show 512 activities on a single page. So this animation just showed those activities. Here are the statistics. We've collected 512 activity labels over about 1.5 million clips. 780 people have submitted from over 33 countries worldwide. 355 different mobile devices, and we've got a couple different tasks that I'm going to talk about. So it is a little bit hard to visualize this scale of data on a single slide. So we have a ton of statistics here that we can share with you, but I think it is a little bit hard to see this tiny text here. But I wanted to highlight here just the overall scale of this data set. The x-axis here is every activity that we've collected, and the y-axis is the number of instances that we've collected for each one of those activity types. And the colors correspond to whether or not they're just a person activity, like standing, person or object interaction activity, like person using a laptop, or a person-person activity, like a person shaking hands. So you can see that there's a fairly uniform distribution of these types of interactions, where it's not dominated by any one, but there is kind of a decrease in that. There are some activities that are much more frequent in this data set. We have this broken down by course classes. So we have things like gesturing that is broken down in gesturing thumbs up, raising hands, making a peace sign. Dressing, putting on a hat, putting on jewelry, putting on shirts, putting on pants, putting on shoes, things like cleaning your house, using a spray bottle, cleaning a window, all of these types of things that you would perform around your house. We have a way to organize them by these course classes. Okay. These are just different visualizations of how we're organizing this data. And as well as how many people are submitting. I do want to mention the density of these videos, that this is capturing how many labeled activities there are per video. That some videos have just one activity, some of them have 2, some of them have 8, some of them have 3. All of these give different sequences of activities that are performed by these collectors in a video. And they're often dominated by these causal pairs. So we often have people do both a forward and backwards activity, like opening and closing in a sequence. Lots of different devices that are being used, both iOS and Android. The duration is about 3.2 seconds across all of our activities. And the bounding boxes for the actors are really has a wide variety of very large boxes, as well as very small boxes. So they can be used for things like data augmentation. We already saw the geographic distribution, and we've already seen the things like the trimmed activity classification. So I'm not going to show this, but I did want to highlight that we do have 2 main tasks that we're looking to evaluate for this data set. One of the tasks is trimmed activity classification. So given each one of these instances here, try to determine from a 3-second clip which of the 512 activities is being performed. So classic activity classification task. But we also have a temporal activity detection task that we'd like to evaluate. And this one, we asked our collectors to perform a sequence of activities in any order that they choose from a list of 11 activities. So these are things like on the one on the left, this is an eating activity. We asked this collector to say, hey, go drink from a straw and label and annotate all the activities that you perform along the way. This is him eating a snack from a bag. So here the task is to temporally localize when these activities occur in a video. And really this becomes a challenge of trying to localize when and where these activities occur in an untrimmed activity sequence. So this becomes a much harder activity detection problem for the 512 activities that we have. Okay. And finally here, we have an interactive visualization. You're welcome to go to that URL down at the bottom. In the interest of time, I'm not going to show this, but it's live on the web. You can explore this data at your will and get a sense for just how much data there is available for the research community. This is only what's shown in this visualization is only about 4% of the data that we've collected. So this is my last slide here. I just want to highlight that we are planning an activity detection challenge using this data, where the tasks will be activity classification and the temporal activity detection using this data set. All of the subjects in these videos have consented for their for the use for vision research, and all of the videos have a very liberal Creative Commons license. The leaderboard for evaluation is going to be in collaboration with NIST, and this is planned for public release in early 2022. So stay tuned for this release to the research community, and we encourage your interaction and your submissions. All right. So with that, I'm going to pause there. And thank everyone for an excellent workshop. It's been my pleasure to be the last talk for this session, and I will pause there and be happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Jeff? Roddy?
Yes,
Roddy, maybe come up to the mic.
Hey Jeff, I saw that you had 780 collectors, and it looked like like basically a log curve of their. Is there a way to filter that out so that I don't get a bias towards like Bob, the excellent collector?
100%. So there are collectors who have been with us for almost 2 years, and they're very enthusiastic, which is great for us. That we love to be able to support this community and provide full-time work for these collectors. But on the flip side of that, it introduces that collector bias, exactly as you said. So we have collector IDs that are associated with every one of these collectors, and we know their statistics. So we can give that to the end user, and they can sample so that you can do important sampling within that distribution to be able to make it more uniform. So I completely agree that those are the types of issues that we need to address for the splits for the training and testing sets.
Thanks.
Thanks, Roddy.
Any more questions? Anybody through Zoom?
I don't see any.
John, you say something?
I say I don't see any questions.
Okay. Well, let's thank the speaker again.
Everyone.
Okay, and now I think we have one final one final discussion, and that is ActEV Challenges and Data Sets Group Discussion. So I think John prepared a slide.
So first, I want to thank everyone for taking part in this workshop. It's been a great workshop, and we've covered a lot of ground. I think when I think about these discussion areas for doing a workshop, I'm looking for two things. One, to set future direction for challenge evaluations, but also understand what we can do better, or what we can do to help the research community build better technology and learn in that process. So with that in mind, NIST is working to support 2 additional challenge evaluations related to HADCV. We're excited to support an evaluation using Jeff data that's going to be called the Fine-Grained Activity Detection Challenge Evaluation. If you're interested in working with this data, please drop us a line at the resources down below on the Slack channel. Anything you can to get our attention, and we'll make sure that you're informed. The other is we take part in the activity and workshop, activity net workshop at CVPR, and that will, if that workshop gets approved, there'll be another opportunity to evaluate your technology, specifically using the activities and the MEVA data that we're talking about today. But I'd like to get feedback from the research community as to what challenges you would like to see us support to help you research. And I've listed 6 here that have been talked about by several people today. One is unknown camera views, generalizing to that task. The other is infrared video processing, generalizing to unknown facilities. Working on surprise activities, and that's more of a 0-shot training model. But then there's also core technologies like person tracking and person re-identification. Certainly in the HADCV and DEVA evaluation series, we kind of swap that into the system as something that everyone does, but we don't evaluate. If that's something that we should evaluate, then we'd like to hear from the community. Engagement with the community is pretty key, and so we want to get the word out about this new challenge evaluation. I think it's going to be a game changer with its design and breadth and coverage, and so I think we're going to see a dramatic increase in accuracy with this data set. So, and there's really 2 thrusts here, and I think Jeff hit on this a little bit, but I want to drive this point home specifically. Doing training on or modeling fine-grained activities is really key for doing the coarse-grained activity detection model. So, but I'd like to see a marriage between the fine-grained research that the Jeff data is going to support as a government researcher and in data evaluations. I want to see that be incorporated into the technology that we need for the higher complexity activities. Obviously, I'm at NIST, and so hearing about performance metrics and that feedback is important. And most of all, get involved and use our resources. You can jump off at the ActEV.NIST.gov, I must be on that URL. That workspace has really grown out quite a bit in the last 4 years. So that's a great jumping off spot for new people. Of course, the MEVAdata.org site that we spoke about earlier today, and Slack and email. So with that, I'd like to open the discussion, and Ruben is going to facilitate that since he's in the room.
Okay, John asked me to facilitate this in person over here. Does anybody have any input on any of these? The one thing I would just add to what John said is we do have an opportunity to ask for more data at this point with the DIVA program ending. We have had requests in the past for certain types of data that would help. There were requests for evaluation data. In place of that, there was proxy data that was given where the same annotation team annotated public data, and that was provided. But if there's any requests for data that would help in any of these areas that John spoke about or other expanded areas, it's a good idea to get those requests in now so that they can be considered to be able to possibly publicly release additional data. Anthony.
In terms of the second major item here, with technology challenges.
I'm just going to request that those who do have something to say, please come up to the microphone so we don't need to repeat.
That'd be great. Thanks.
In terms of the second major item there, which item should we focus on? I would prioritize at the top the surprise activities, or in general, having a let's call it blind training of activities on relatively few exemplars. I think that is by far the most important use case we've seen for operational utility. The program did some work on it, of course, which was great, but a lot more is needed there and more emphasis is needed there. So one of the legacies that the program could leave is defining a challenge problem around that by taking, say, the 37 activities and holding out, say, 5 of them and say, train on these 32, and then defining a surprise set, a known surprise set, if that makes sense, of 5 activities or 6 or whatever, some subset of the 37, where people don't use those in training, and so they can do at-home surprise testing. And then we also have a set of 5 or 10 or whatever we have surprise activities, which are truly sequestered, which are behind the firewall and could be done in the leaderboard. You know, something like this to set it up. Because the reality of these programs is that once the program ends, which it essentially is over now, the amount of work against these problems dramatically falls off because people aren't funded to do it and they're off doing the next program. So in order to keep any kind of attention on these problems, we have to have an open challenge and open leaderboard that would give people academic credit, and maybe some other funding might come along at some level. But I think defining a challenge and a data set behind it, according to whatever priority people feel is useful, would be the best legacy we could leave at this point from DIVA. And I would put surprise activities much higher than, say, the fine-grained activity problem. Not that that isn't an interesting problem, it's just not something that we really hear from our customers so far on the DIVA transition effort. But the surprise activities is the first thing they wanted to. It's the absolute first thing. We want to be able to do this and train on our own data with these activities. How do we do that? And it's not a surprise. What's that?
So is that because they don't want to go to the extent of collecting a vast data set to train, to do full training? Is that the
yeah, certainly. They might have 5 exemplars or 20 or something, but annotating and collecting 400 or 500 is not something that is even conceivable in many of these circumstances. They may have them, but they're unclassified data, or there's some other thing, or they're not something that Jeff in his crowdsourcing is going to be able to collect, right? It's just, those are not the activities that our customers have mentioned as being useful. For example, they immediately targeted one of the ones that we've essentially punted on as a program, which is abandoning package, right? That was the most interesting one we've seen. And we knew that before the program even started, in a way, because that was the most common public safety, counterterrorism types of problems, but it's a complex activity problem. It's not what the program focused on. So that one is harder for the methods here, but it's just an example of what they want, right? They want these security related events. They don't need somebody riding a bicycle. So it's, you know, these 37 were exemplars of things we could do. And sure, you can dream up scenarios where something like person riding a bicycle would have intelligence or public safety significance. I'm not saying we wouldn't use it, but it's not what they're asking for. And in general, they want to be able to run their own activities that are classified or otherwise restricted on their own classified or restricted data and optimize that performance.
Anthony, can the data set be used for human identification at a distance or person identification at a distance, not re-identification there?
Yeah, I think so. We could certainly use the MEVA data right now kind of out of the box for the Breyer program. Breyer is doing a huge data collection on its own, and it's already done its own data collection, so I don't think it's going to use MEVA. But we were certainly putting in ground truth to use MEVA for the re-ID problem, not the person ID problem that Breyer is focused on.
Are you collecting the data for that program, or?
For Breyer? No. Well, Breyer has every performer. So for those who don't know, Breyer is a person ID program that I started recently. Kickoff was a few weeks ago. Kitware is a performer on that. All the performers do collect their own data, as well as the government. So the government has already done, Oak Ridge National Labs has already done a data collection for the program. That data has been given, I think, to the performers now, or would be soon. And then the performers also do a big data collection, 200 subjects in each collection every program year. So it's going to collect a lot of data.
Is anyone from NIST involved in it, or?
I don't think so. I don't remember seeing any.
They gave some advice at the kickoff about data.
Yeah, it's Oak Ridge is doing the data collection. And I think Johns Hopkins AEPL is running the evaluation. And yeah, I don't remember NIST being really involved. It's a biometrics program. So the data set doesn't look like MEVA at all. It's just people walking around in a square, like literally a square drawn on the ground. And the idea is to identify people not by appearance. So the person identification problem will always be evaluated by having an individual wearing different clothing, very explicitly. Because the idea is to identify people by face and gait and biometrics, soft biometrics. But anyway, coming back to this, that would be my prioritization, is to put that surprise activity kind of thing right at the top there. We've already done a lot with the unknown facility. We have a lot of good data there and a lot of interesting results to draw upon, which is great. And we've some of the others.
So one follow-up question on that, that's maybe more philosophical, if you guys can hear me. Is the path to that scenario in which you do these largely academic kind of activities, and then you talk to somebody and they want this very security related thing, or this very specific thing where maybe you can get 5 to 10, and often it's not because they can't label it, it's because they're kind of rare bespoke events. Is there a path to get there from the sort of fine-grained classes and getting so fine-grained that you're atomic, as Jeff was talking about, and building, you know, giving the building blocks for complex activities from the atomic activities or do we have to learn to recognize complex activities from few exemplars? I'm not sure what the answer is there, and they sort of spin off into really, I think, two different directions that, you know, you make the wrong choice, you may have made the wrong investment.
So historically, the way complex activity recognition has been done is to do some sort of detector for atomic or simple activities, and then use an integrating model above those, such as a Bayesian network, dynamic Bayesian network, or something like this, to define the relationship between those simple activities. So that could be done today, right? You could take the existing MEVA detectors and run them, and then put on top of it a classical VBN or something, and voila, you would have a complex activity detector. You could also try to use deep learning methods, because in the end, those things like a VBN and so on are just graphs. So you could use some sort of a graph convolutional network to try to learn those relationships automatically, for example, that define complex activities. The problem with doing that is again, training data. So we don't have a lot of training data of these complex activities. So maybe it's classical methods might actually outperform deep learning ones. But either way, that's typically where it would be done, is in a two-level type of method, as opposed to trying to learn the whole thing end to end. I'm not sure that would be very fruitful, and that would certainly require much more data than we have.
That was how they solved the Aladdin problem. A lot of people solved the Aladdin problem that way. They built up, you know, many small models and aggregated them with some method like that. But I think that the real kind of holy grail that we're not really addressing yet is understanding what's happening in the video. I think it's difficult to make the connection between activity detection and video understanding. I don't think we're there yet. And I'm wondering if my internal hypothesis is that you have to really do the fine-grained thing before you can do the understanding of what's actually happening.
So the one thing I would say is, from my point, when I was listening to Anthony, I was really understanding them as two different things, and I don't know if that's what you intended, but I was thinking that the learning with few examples or the training with few examples is really one issue, the surprise activities, which could be even atomic when you're learning from few, and then the complex is another issue, and I view them as separate, and I think Anthony was putting the surprise, moving it towards the top, and also mentioning complex, which is a problem that we have, and maybe that should be another bullet here, but I think they are two separate ones, and whether the fine grain does assist with that or not, I think the jury is out, and I think we will find out. And the more participants we have, you know, in any types of challenges associated with that, be able to find out what contributions are you know, viable through that path. But the learning with less, and you know, that area is definitely something which we have heard requests for, and you can't always collect the data. That is one thing that we found.
I think it's on the fine grain side. I think it is really useful to have activities that are close in space-time signatures and so on, even at the simple activity level, to your target activity. So if you have some customer who has a target activity, and let's say it's some horrible activity for which we have very little data, like beheading, right? So that's one of the ones that's come up frequently, and it's, you know, online jihadist videos, that sort of thing. So we don't have a lot of trained data for beheadings, decapitations, but think about something that's similar to that, like someone kneeling down and praying or something like this. So it's kind of horrible to associate those two things, but let's say you have something that looks kind of similar. You could train a detector for praying and other things, and then you might need many fewer exemplars than to learn beheading, because you've already got kneeling down people and so on from some praying and whatever activities there are. So I think having similar activities to the target activities is really useful. So having a lot of exemplars of similar activities would certainly help then for the target activities that are close in that sort of physical way.
One other thing with language and video, like defining stuff in text or language that like having some semantics, will that help?
Yeah, I think at the last PI meeting, we heard from all the performers that the surprise activity work they didn't use any exemplars. They just used the textual descriptions. So they all did zero-shot learning. If anyone here is in the room to contradict that, I'm interested to hear. But I think that's what we heard. And that's very telling, right? Because they didn't even use the few exemplars that were there for the surprise part, but instead they just went by the text description. So to me, that says, well, okay, let's optimize the text descriptions then, right? Because people are happy to write stuff down. And if you want 2 sentences, great. But if you require 20 sentences and that really helps, then people would write 20 sentences rather than have to go off and find a million examples of things, right? That's a huge win. And so I think we should optimize for that, right? From a transition perspective, we should really understand what kind of text would help the most and encourage the users to do that and to try different levels of text and experiment around that. I mean, we don't have any more money to do any stuff, but I think that's a really promising area for the low shot, zero shot case. And that's not something, by the way, that the Learning with Less Labels program is touching. There's no text there, which is interesting because one obvious thing to try here is to take the MEVA surprise activity problem and use it on the Learning with Less Labels program, which is has another year in it. But that problem has mostly focused on image recognition and image detection, but it's moving to video now. And I think we suggested using the MEVA data to the program as a data set, because that has effectively what amounts to our surprise activity case, where you have a set of activities that are known, and then you have a small number of exemplars of new activities that you want to learn. And then you get measured your binary performance based on as a function of the number of exemplar activities or images. So it's a natural fit. And for the program, that program, which is continuing, there's a performer on the program. So we've been looking to try it there, and that would be a way to develop the surprise activity part. But there's no text allowed. We don't know anything about the new classes except the few exemplars that were given.
Mm-hmm.
That's a DARPA program, by the way, not ARPA.
Any other comments from folks in the room?
Would semantic definitions of activities help? Like, let's say, like you have examples of cutting apples, and now you replace this with cutting a cake. So if you have semantic thing that the way that the knife is moving is similar, but the object like a cake or apple is. So the defining meaning of the activities as semantic, so it's easier to change the object or.
Okay, so the comments from in the room, so Afsal just mentioned that if the semantics are similar, would that help? So I guess looking what we talked about earlier with the visuals being similar, moving to the semantics being similar. I'm not sure if that's where we want to go with this specific portion that we're discussing in ActEV, focusing on semantics. That could probably be another discussion. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, just bringing it up. So it's good food for thought. But we may need to think about the future ActEV focus that we're looking at here, or HADCV also, versus broader objectives. Not sure where the dividing line would be. John, I think it might be worthwhile to give a good place where, I mean, maybe it's already up there, where people can weigh in on these later. It's already after 10 o'clock on the East Coast.
So yeah, you can go to the site channel.
So if there's a way to get that out to participants, if we should maybe post it on the workshop website, some way that people could give their input, maybe that's the best way to get additional follow-up. John, is there anything more from your end?
No.
So I'd really like to thank everybody for joining in today's workshop, especially those on the East Coast who have made it this late and continued and stayed with us. And thank you so much. And thank you to all the organizers and especially AFSL for taking the large lion's share of the organization for this workshop.
Okay, so should we stop the video recording?